Good morning, everybody, and thank you all for attending today's hearing, which will be on water management, aquatic ecology and fish matters, and that's in relation to the application for a pumped storage hydroelectricity generating station at Loch Kemp at Dale Lodge, Whitebridge. My name is Gordon Reid, the reporter appointed by Scottish Ministers to consider this application. I will be chairing today's session based on the agenda that was issued on the 1st of April 2026. The session is being broadcast live, and in taking part today, you're consenting to being filmed and to the use and storage of those images and sound recordings and any information contained in them for webcasting and training purposes, and for the purpose of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. Can I now just ask the parties to introduce themselves and the members of their teams who will be participating today? And if we can start with the applicant, please.
So thank you. My name is James Findlay, King's Counsel. I'm instructed by Burgess Salmon and Patrick Munro, who sits immediately to my left. To his left is Professor Colin Adams. To Professor Adams's left is James Scott, who you haven't heard from before, but is a civil engineer working for Statera. To his left is Andrew Troop, who's Development Director at Statera Energy Limited. And to his left is Rebecca Ray, who is works for ASH as a as an associate environmental consultant.
Okay, thank you for that. And for the North District Salmon Fishery Board.
So I'm Ian Kelly Planning Consultancy Limited, representing the Ness District Salmon Fishery Board. To my right is Mr. Brian Shaw, who will be doing most of the talking this morning on the agenda. In due course, sir, I have a couple of small procedural points to raise.
Okay, and for Bug Life?
Good morning, sir. I'm Crim McAdam. I'm co-leader and Director of Conservation at Bug Life.
Thank you all. And for the Community Council?
Good morning. My name is Mark Hindley. I'm the Chair of Strathdorgan and Foyers Community Council.
Can I just check with you this morning? Are you observing this morning or are you participating? I think originally you had observing, so I just want to double check.
In general, we don't have specific hydrology expertise, and we're happy to defer to the expertise of Bug Life and Ness District Salmon Fisheries Board. But in view of your ruling on the status of the Ness Weir development in the light of the Racial Farms decision, we may have some comments in that regard.
Okay, what I'll do is I'll assume that you're participating on that basis then, and you can make me aware if and when you want to come in. So the purpose of today is for us to discuss some of the matters raised in your hearing and rebuttal statements relating to water management, aquatic ecology and fish. I will not go over ground that is agreed or where I do not consider that I need further information in order to prepare my report. The session is a structured discussion that I will lead based on the circulated agenda. I will not allow any formal presentation of cases or cross-examination. I will lead the discussion on each agenda item by directing a question to one of the parties. After that answer, I will allow others to comment, and this may generate a bit of discussion or other questions. If you have any comments or questions as to the discussion progresses, please make sure that these go through me and let other parties finish their point. You can put your hand up when you want to come in, and I will bring you in at the appropriate time. I will leave it up to the lead spokesperson to decide who answers my questions for them, but also please have the documents to hand electronically and refer to the document number and electronic page or paragraph number if you're making references. I can pause if necessary to make sure everyone, including myself, has the documents ready. I will keep us progressing through items and will move on when I consider that I have what I need to write up my report. Don't feel obliged to comment if you're only repeating what has already been said by someone else or included in your submissions. All that you tell me today is evidence that may need to be included in my report, and you will see me taking notes. I may again pause from time to time to make sure I have what I need. If you require a break at any point during the proceedings, then let me know. On that point, my intention is to have a mid-morning break this morning, given our early start, and that will be about 11:45, so we'll have a break for about 5-10 minutes at that point. So before we turn to the first main item on the agenda, does anyone have any procedural questions that they wish to raise? Mr. Kelly, I believe you do.
Thank you, sir. A couple of them have resolved themselves. I was concerned that I didn't have a copy of the revised conditions. I now have that. There was a matter relating to a paper by Professor Adams, which was a footnote in Mr. Shaw's hearing statement. I was going to raise the matter of circulating that, but that has been agreed with the applicants, and everyone has a copy now, sir, yourself included. The third issue is really the combination of Rachel and Doc for Weir. I must admit we were getting ourselves deep in discussion on this until this morning. I think we may have resolved what I hope you're thinking. In relation to Doc for Weir, you have yet to make up your mind finally on the Rachel matter. You're still considering the submissions. So our understanding is that you do not want us to discuss the benefits, disbenefits or mitigation associated with the modification of the Weir, but we can discuss the Weir as it exists just now prior to any application coming in for modification. Perhaps you could confirm, sir.
Yes, I think I had put out an email in response to questions raised by yourself and had highlighted the applicant's position that the proposed alterations to the Weir did not form part of the project, and any benefits of that would not be or should not be considered as part of this proposal, I think is correct. On that basis, I do have questions on the Weir, but that's in relation to the existing situation, not to do of any sort of mitigation that's proposed in relation to any improvements to it. So I do have some points of clarification in the agenda that relate to the impact of the proposed development on the Weir as it stands at present. So I think that falls within a comfortable remit of what we can discuss today. I'm looking for a nod from the applicant. If it's not, we can pick up as we go through the questions.
No, I think that entirely sensible. We still, I think, have until, I can't remember when it is, the 24th to respond to the submissions, written submissions, and we will, having already made some submissions, we will be in a position to do that. But our position remains, as you have stated it to be, and that has always been our position, that you should, and ministers should assess the application on the basis of the current condition of Dock 4 Weir. Whilst we're ready to answer some questions on the relationship of the works to Ness Weir and the proposed development, we understand that that item in the agenda will be restricted in the sense that you've just indicated.
Yeah, I think that would be the most constructive way to go forward. You've obviously got the opportunity in closing submissions to make any comments you wish to do in terms of ratio and in terms of the proposed works and relationships, but you can, I think it's more appropriate that it's done through that process rather than through the discussion today, which could lead us into a distraction from the main points of the impact of the proposed development as it is at present. So as we go through, we can see where we go, but that's the position that we will be starting from.
Just a matter of pure administration. Professor Adams's paper, I make it should be document 28, so 020.008. Mr. Kelly can tell me if I've missed out a document. But,
I'll trust Mr. Finlay on that.
A very dangerous thing to do. Just say that when we're referring to it, if necessary, in closing submissions. then everyone knows what we're talking about.
Yes, I don't think, did that paper just come through this morning?
Yes, Laura said she'd sent it.
Right, so I haven't seen that, so if we do refer to it, I will need to track it down, depending where it sort of comes in if it's after the break, I can get it at the break, but if it's referred to beforehand, then I'll need to track it down, because it won't be on the foundation document list.
Given it's a paper which Professor Adams is the author, he can talk you through it so far as it's necessary to do so.
Well, that would be helpful. Okay, if there's no further procedural matters before we start, then we will make a start to move through the items on the agenda. So, item 2, looking at salmon smolts and the Loch Kemp intake. This is really just to try and help sort of clarify and set the scene for me. So, to the board, you indicated at paragraph 13, and that's page 40 of your hearing statement, that the potential for downstream migrating wild Ness salmon smolts to be attracted to the Loch Kemp intake during the pumping is of primary concern to the board. Therefore, the attraction potential of the intake of smolts must be eliminated. So can you just briefly outline for me what you consider to be the potential significant effects pre any mitigation proposed on the salmon smolts from the operation of the intake associated with the proposed development and the resulting consequences?
Yeah, good morning, sir. Morning, everybody. Yeah, Loch Ness is an important migration route for all of the upper Ness salmon populations that leave the River Morriston SEC is an important salmon smolt producer, as are many other rivers, the Garry and the Invertebrate, for example. So the Loch Ness is an important part of the migration route downstream. And I suppose the wider context is that smolt migration is a high risk period for smolt. You know, they're leaving their home river, entering a new environment. New environment, and they're faced with novel risks. And the main concern we have with the Kemp intake is that the smolts will effectively think this is the River Ness. It's effluent River Ness, because when they're pumping going on, they'll be attracted to that, delayed, and probably suffer from enhanced predation.
Okay, thank you for that. Would the applicants wish to make any sort of comment on that? Again, this is just to try and set the scene of what the actual issue is, so that I'm clear from that. So, to the applicant.
Thank you, sir. I guess by way of response, I would almost fully agree with the statement made by Ness District Salmon Fishery Board. The smolts will be passing through Loch Ness. They will pass, at least some of them will pass adjacent to the intake to the proposed Loch Kemp scheme. So in that respect, I agree with everything that's been said. In terms of identifying a potential issue for migrating smolts, there is of course mitigation, which I'm sure we'll come on to.
No, that's fine. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page what the actual concern and issue was in relation to that. If you don't mind, if I just refer to North District Salmon Fishery as the board, that may just help in doing that. So if we're happy just to do that, we've got the applicant, the board and the Community Council, that may just make life a bit easier this morning. So moving on to empirical studies and the issue of thresholds, we'll start with the board again. Paragraph 16 of your hearing statement, that's pages 4 and 5, references made to 2 studies and a further unpublished study and findings in relation to design flow thresholds and acceptable water velocity figures. Can you just briefly explain to me the relevance of the findings of these studies to the proposed development, and what weight you think should be given to these, and in particular the unpublished paper that you're referred to?
sir. Yeah. I think our concern really is the lack of any definitive answer to this question. We've been presented and we've highlighted a number of papers here. And if I contrast the Goldilocks zone paper, for example, in Loch Lomond, this was identified by a paper emanating from Professor Adams's organisation institute. And I actually remember it being presented at a biologist meeting and it was absorbed by everybody with great interest. So they identified this area, it was 2 kilometres away from the river mouth in Loch Lomond, where and during the period of the study, the flow down the river Leven was 25 cubic metres a second. A very small flow in regard to the sort of volumes of flow we're discussing at the moment. So on the one hand, we have that sort of identification of a potentially important zone where smolts can start to detect the outlet. And obviously the flow speed at the outer limit of that zone was very low. On the other hand, we've got then papers where looking to experimental papers trying to identify a flow that smolts can detect in an experimental flume environment. And there are 2 papers we've highlighted, and the values for each are different. So I suppose that's really the crux of it to us. We're concerned about the range of values that have been highlighted regarding this issue. Are any of these safe? Can we be sure that the intake designed on the basis of any of these figures will be safe and smolts will not be attracted to it?
Okay, and just so this is a new subject to me, so I'm obviously interested in making sure I understand. When we're talking about the sort of water flow and velocity, that's in sort of layman's terms, if the smolt is passing by and it senses water going in a different direction from its travel, it may be attracted to that. So it's sensing the velocity of the water as it changes direction. So it's like it's coming to a junction in that sense, and it might go down that one or it might go straight ahead. And the issue here is if the pull factor of the water is sufficient, it may read that as the route it should go rather than straight ahead. Is that a reasonable layman's understanding of the position?
I think you've summarised it very well, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so the second part to that is that obviously the studies referred to there, I haven't come across in any of the submissions that there's actually like a recognised standard or something that's been established where between a figure or a range that would definitely attract or it wouldn't do. Is that correct? Is there anything in there that would say that there is recognised sort of standards for where you might get that deflection sort of from the direction of travel?
I think that's fair to say. The work is obviously ongoing to try and establish a figure that would be of importance. The one thing we do know is that at an actual screen itself, for decades, the figure of 0.3 metres per second has been used to avoid impingement on the screen, but that's different to an attraction flow. So there is still work ongoing to try and establish what would be a safe attracted flow, I think.
Okay, so the papers are indicators and current thinking on it, but they're not definitive in that sense. Would that be a reasonable sort of conclusion to reach from that?
Yes, sir.
And the unpublished paper, obviously if they've been published, there's been potential for some critique of that. The unpublished paper, I guess, probably has slightly sort of potentially less weight than the 2 published papers, but again, it's of interest in that terms of status. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. The relevance of the unpublished paper is not really to do with the intakes, it's more to do with confusing flows to the natural hydrology of the loch. So it's a slightly different aspect. I think we'll cover it under your agenda further down.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Thank you.
Can I just jump in here and just say that looking at the hearing statements and rebuttals overall from the board, there is a general flavour of something you've just picked up, and that is there is scientific uncertainty about some of the key issues. And for some of the key issues, as Mr Shaw has just said, there are not currently definitive answers that we could refer you to. There is ongoing work, there are ongoing studies, but there is uncertainty.
Okay, thank you for that. So, turning to the applicant, Is there any disagreement with the conclusions of these studies, first of all, if you can sort of address that? And then how would you apply the findings of the studies to the consideration of the proposed development? And I've got a subsequent question, but I'll focus on those two first.
Thank you, sir. There is some agreement and some disagreement, shall we say. So shall I just take you through the agreement and disagreement? So as we stand at the moment, there are three measures of a threshold at which salmon will start to orientate. This is salmon and smolts will start to orientate and migrate in the direction that the flow is telling them to migrate in. We know that in general salmon do that. What we've only recently been able to get a handle on, which is what was referred to by the board in the last few years, is exactly what quantum of current is required to cause the fish to orientate, and that is where I think there's a slight difference of opinion between me and the board. So the three threshold numbers that we have are 0.089 metres per second, 0.55 metres per second, both of those coming from experimental studies where smolts were held.
Sorry, just your
Sorry.
point. I'm just going to take this down because it's a new subject. If you can just take me through it a wee bit more slowly so I make sure I grasp it properly. So,
Sorry.
so the 0.89 metres per second is one figure.
And that is from submitted document 18.011.
Okay, thank you.
There is a second study published in the scientific literature which gives a slightly lower threshold value of 0.055 metres per second. And that is in that's section 18 of 20.001. That's a paper that's referred to by the Ness board in its hearing statement. So there are those two thresholds.
Right, I've got those. Thank you.
And those two thresholds have come from oh, my apologies. Apparently, I've given you the wrong reference number.
You can give me the correct one now if you want.
It is 0.089 metres per second was the first one I should have given. Did I say 0.89?
I've got is 0.89 metres per second.
0.089.
0.089. And the other one
Was 0.055.
So there were zeros missing in front of the.
My apologies.
That's okay. Got that now. Okay.
So both of those come from empirical studies which were done in tanks. So there were controlled experiments where fish were in a flume tank, in a stream tank, and the water velocity was manipulated to a point at which there was a behavioural response from salmon smolts, so you could identify at what velocity they were orientating. The two studies differ slightly in their thresholds, but they also differ slightly in the way that those thresholds were detected in the experimental study. In the one with the lower threshold, the study used even the faintest hint of a movement, so an eye movement, for example, to determine that the fish had detected a change in water velocity and had ultimately orientated towards that water velocity. So I would argue that both of those studies provide a reasonable baseline for a consideration of what would be the flow rate at which smolts are likely to orientate in the wild and migrate following that current cue.
Okay, can I pause you there just to make sure I've understood things properly? So if it's running in excess of either of those two figures, then there would be the potential to attract and deflect off the smolts off their route that they're travelling. Is that correct?
That's
so it's anything
correct,
in excess of those two. And the two studies have just found different rates at which they've observed that happening at. But it's been, were they under the same conditions in terms of, I think you referred to tank empirical studies?
Very, very similar conditions, yes. The experimental setup was slightly different, but basically very similar.
Right. Okay.
So I would argue that somewhere in that sort of range is a realistic number. You asked earlier on about was there a sort of a sector or industry standard for what water velocity is likely to cause distraction? There isn't. But I would argue that the emerging science is pointing to something very much around those numbers. And this is the best information we have anywhere.
So that's the current understanding based on sort of the evidence there. Okay, can I just pause there for a second? Would that be the board's sort of understanding? Is there anything in terms of that particular conclusion that they would dispute?
Yes, sir. No, we don't dispute that's the current understanding. We did in one of our papers highlight the robustness of some of the information. And for example, Marine Scotland did similar studies using wild-caught smolts in a tank environment, circular tank, I won't go into detail, but they highlighted in their conclusions how that wild smolts were very poor experimental animals. They were taken from the wild environment, transferred into captivity basically, and almost certainly suffered experiencing high stress levels. And that would certainly be the case with Professor Adams' study, where the smolts were taken from one side of the Clyde, transferred to Loch Lomond, and immediately some of them were deployed into the... So they've had no period to settle down. So they're liable to be very stressed. So how much we can read into... Certainly they orientate, because salmon have got to orientate into the flow, but how much relevance can we apply to that in terms of this is a migratory flow, this is the kind of flow they're looking for? It can be quite different, you know. Orientating into flow is a survival thing, whereas the ability to detect an even lower flow might not be necessarily proved by these studies. So there is doubt. That's our position.
Okay, I think I've got sort of clarity that there's no standard. We've got some studies that have identified ranges in which deflections. There will be differences between what happens in an artificial environment in a tank and what might happen, but with no evidence on basis to actually make that kind of judgment. So what we've got is the best information is before us in terms of the current sort of empirical studies on the papers that have been submitted. So there's nothing additional that we can kind of feed into that at this point in time, I don't think. That's what I've taken from what I've read through that element. But I will let the applicant continue, because I stopped just slightly midway through, so I'll let you finish.
Thank you for that. So I mentioned there are three estimates of thresholds, and the third one is perhaps where my view differs from that of the board. The board presented the potential for smolts being able to detect a much lower water velocity and respond to that. The figure they suggested was 0.0012 meters per second, and that can be found at paragraph 2.1.2 in document 004015. And
sorry, what was the paragraph number?
the paragraph number was 2.1.2.
2.1.2. Okay, thank you.
Now that equates to a water movement of 1.2 millimetres per second, which is exceptionally low, of course. This was derived from modelling some published work, where the likely site at which smolts were starting to orientate in a loch, this was in Loch Lomond, starting to orientate towards the outflowing river, where that occurred. So that was a field study that identified when most smolts were successfully migrating out of standing water and into flowing water, which is the point at which they're successful in migrating. Has some problems with that, because there's some very, very broad assumptions drawn in that simple modelling. So what they did was effectively take the cross-sectional area of Loch Lomond, the volume of water travelling down the outflowing river, and tried to create an average water flow over the cross-sectional area of that part of Loch Lomond. I would argue that that, unfortunately, is a bit flawed in several ways. Firstly, it's assuming that the water velocity is the same throughout the cross-sectional area, and it almost certainly is not. And secondly, they used exceptionally old data, which we know is now not true. Exceptionally old data for the depth of Loch Lomond, the cross-sectional depth of Loch Lomond at the point at which the fish were orientating and migrating out. And we know that that very old data, which was collected in about 1910, has been resurveyed, and the shape of Loch Lomond is rather different now. So I would argue that that very low water velocity potential threshold is in fact rather spurious and probably can't be relied on in the same way that the other two experimental assessments of that same thing can be.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll let the board come back just on that bit and that final comment.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. I think all we were really attempting to do there, and all this does is highlights the discrepancies in some of the figures that were available. So a Goldilocks zone was identified. So the assumption we're making is at that point of the Goldilocks zone, if there is a current that is attracting them to the outlet, well, what is that current? And that was my attempt was just it was a very superficial attempt, broad brush attempt to, and all it did was highlighted the exceptionally low figure. So here we're contrasting experimental work where much higher figures were established, possibly in highly stressed animals, against one of the few studies we have looking at wild salmon in a natural environment. So if there is a Goldilocks zone, there must be a flow at that point where they can feel the attraction. And all I was doing was trying to highlight that. I wasn't saying this is the figure, because clearly that was a very low figure. It's orders of magnitude lower. But I just tried to highlight. It's just an example of the variation there is in the figures available, I think.
Okay, thank you for that. I think I've got enough on the sort of the relevance and the purpose of those studies and how they've been applied and the reason why they've been brought into evidence and attention. So I think that's been very helpful. Does the applicant want to say any final point on any of that?
Not really, thank you. I think we've made the points we need to make.
Okay, thank you for that. Sorry, I did have a third question that I was going to sort of ask. Yeah, this is just for clarity, because obviously we've referenced figures, and I think Nature Scott mentioned a figure as well. Could you just sort of indicate, I think this is the correct figure, but you can correct me. Just how was the velocity figure, or why was the velocity figure 0.089? Is that meters per second, or yes?
Yes, it is
arrived at. Why was that figure sort of identified? Can you just explain the background to that?
That figure was identified from the experimental study which was conducted on Scottish smolts in document 018011.
And you consider that's a sort of a reasonable sort of basis which to apply. This will come on to the barrier net in the next item, but this is the figure that you would use to then design and locate the barrier net to try and achieve. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes, as I said earlier on, I think a figure around that number is very close to the best we have for measuring a threshold at which salmon smolts are going to orientate and follow the current.
Okay, can I just ask the question? That figure was chosen, but the other study showed one at 0.055. Is there any reason why that one was chosen and the other one wasn't, given that there's no sort of standard? Just so I could understand what the reasoning behind that figure has been chosen rather than the other one.
I can't answer that directly, other than I do know that that is the figure that was mentioned by Nature Scott in their information on the likely threshold that was going to cause salmon to reorientate.
I can maybe come on to that when we look at the barrier, because I've got some questions in relation to that.
So could I just perhaps add the reason why Professor Adams can't answer the direct question is he wasn't involved at the time. He said he wasn't, he didn't do the EIAR studies. And the other point, just to draw to your attention, which is in 2.4 of the applicant's rebuttal, is that whether it's the higher figure or the lower figure, Professor Adams's view is that it, either of them are, even if the lower figure is accepted, it would not result in smolts being attracted to the pumping cycle. So that his evidence is that whilst there is a difference between those two figures, it doesn't matter which figure you take, the flows that are expected fall below those figures.
Okay, I would have assumed if it was the higher figure, the lower figure would be more acceptable if it was lower by that. So
I think that may be the other way around. If it's the lower flow figure is attracted, it attracts the smolt, then if there may be more chance of them being attracted, but the flow coming out from Loch Kemp is going to be lower than either figure, so it won't attract the smolts. I think
Yes, that summarises it nicely, and perhaps I can provide a reference to help you with.
I think that would be helpful, yeah.
Yes. So in the update to mitigation measures for fish, Appendix B 002022, flow rates adjacent to the barrier used in mitigation have shown that the surface waters, which are the waters in which smolt migrate in, so in the top 2 or 3 metres, the flow rate is doesn't exceed 0.02 metres per second, which is of course much lower than either of the 2 experimental thresholds, the lowest one being 0.055.
Okay, I think I've got that now. It's just getting things in the right order and the way they're doing. So that's helpful. Let's move on to the mitigation measures then, looking at the barrier net water velocity. So this is to the applicant. You may have partly sort of touched on this, but again, it would just be helpful for my understanding. Can you explain how the proposed barrier net operates and how it can achieve the appropriate velocity rate at the distance and depth required? So that's the first part of the question. And the second part is, has this approach, there's been references to used elsewhere, but has this approach been used successfully in relation to other pump hydro storage schemes similar to the proposed development?
Thank you, sir. So the approach to the implementation of the barrier net will be subject to detailed design and CFD modelling as a result of the final design arrangement of the powerhouse. The exact position will be discussed with stakeholders, statutory stakeholders, to agree the correct position. That's the first point.
Just to clarify, the actual design hasn't been spec'd as yet. It's the principle of using a net that's being put forward at the moment, rather than any sort of detailed specific design of it. Is that correct?
We have an outline design that works in principle with the parameters provided in a combination with the EIA design.
So, I'm just trying to establish what level of detail, because obviously it seems to be a technology that perhaps, I think in one of your statements, you had indicated that hadn't perhaps been used in this country, correct me if I'm wrong, but had been used elsewhere. I think perhaps in Canada or other places. So I'm just trying to establish, you know, what level of detail has been worked up at this stage, but also, you know, on the basis of it being used elsewhere, is there any evidence that shows how sort of the success of it, basically, that it does actually work? So that's really what I'm trying to clarify.
So I think it'd be helpful if I could clarify the position. So the net that we've partially designed comes from Pacific Netting Products in the States, and they've got 20 operational barrier nets throughout the Americas, Canada and America. 5 of those at the moment are providing Pacific salmon smolt protection. Most of them are deployed in environments which are considerably rougher and more changeable than at Loch Ness. They've been operating for over 30 years. So we got some initial designs on a 10 by 10 mesh, 10 by 10 millimeter mesh barrier net. This is all in the evidence. You got the designs of anchoring and how it would be deployed. We then went to UCL and got the computational fluid modelling done for that net, and that showed flows on the lock side down at 0.02, so well below both of the figures that we've mentioned. So there's already been a considerable amount of work done to prove that what they're experiencing in the Americas would certainly work here.
And have any of those been associated with sort of existing pump storage hydro schemes?
I think from memory about 6 of the 20 are. Some of them are dams. So yeah, and we have complete faith in its deployment, because as I said, for example, there's one in Lake Michigan which experiences 7-metre high waves, so they can be deployed here very comfortably. We've worked out the anchoring system. But as Mr. Scott says, there will be another iteration of this that we've got to go through with Nature Scott. I'm very happy to talk to the board about that as well, and that will come later. But we've done quite a lot of work on it already.
Okay, I think that's helpful. It was just, obviously, it's my first time hearing about one of these nets, so it's really just to understand how it actually works, whether it's being used in a situation in relation to pump storage hydro, so there's some sort of evidence that there actually are a solution to the problem. So it's really just what evidence, and you've referred to various parts, so I can sort of focus and have a look on those. I don't know if you want to add anything else to that.
So can I add 2 things? One is that I understand the evidence and the report that Mr. Troop was referring to as document 3.2. And second is just to cancel the question as well, to the extent to which there is a problem, in the sense that, for instance, Foyer's scheme discharges into the and extracts from the Loch Ness at the moment. They don't have a net as such. They have, no doubt, I think Mr. Scott may be able to help you a bit with their proposals, and indeed with Red John, with which he is familiar if you wish more information. But the net is, insofar as there is a problem, the net will ensure that the problem is at a manageable level. But I'm cautioning you from assuming that there is necessarily a problem in the first place.
Okay, thank you for that. My questions were that a net is being proposed,
yes.
So therefore I need to understand what that net is, how it functions, how it works. Has it been effective before? Is it something that can achieve what it's in the evidence is saying that it's seeking to achieve? I accept your principle of what you've said, but in terms of to understand the evidence, yes, I've got to make sure that I have actually fully sort of understood that, which I think I've got some clarity now. I'm not sure of the actual technology of how it slows the water down, but that's maybe for another day, and I don't think that's something that I need to go into today. But I'll just give the board a chance to come back sort of on that matter.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I don't think the purpose of the net is really to slow water down, it's to actually act as a physical barrier. I suppose in concept, the concept of a net is a sound one. I mean, we have looked at the company involved. They're clearly involved in a number of schemes identified in America. Its use over here would be novel for Atlantic salmon. So the concept is probably sound. There are details we're still concerned about, the flow speed, one, and the depth, the swimming depth of smolt. The applicant just highlighted that that smolt swim in the top 2 or 3 metres of water, but in document 018059, graph 1, there's a study from the smolts in a Norwegian lake that show the swimming depth. I can't think of it, 200 smolts or something, and they go down to 15 metres. Certainly there's
Sorry, if you could just sort of give me the figures a bit more slowly so I can actually sort of take them down. So we're talking about in a Norwegian,
yeah.
And what document is this from?
It's an applicant document 018.059. I think it's in the appendix.
Okay.
And it's graph 1, and that shows the swimming speed, swimming depth of Atlantic salmon smolts in a Norwegian lake.
And that swimming depth is?
Well, down to 20 metres. Down to 20 metres, yeah. And there is quite a high proportion going below 10 metres. Dubai about the details of the net, I think, that we need to be ironed out.
I think that's helpful, that in the sense the principle and the concept is something that you can see there's merit in that. No, without accepting the development, but the use of a net in principle has some benefits to it, is what you're saying there.
One other point.
Yes,
there are obviously other issues associated with the net. The net would be a large structure projecting a significant way out into the loch. We did the boat trip the other day. I believe we drifted in to the vicinity of where the net would be. That net, for example, would displace craft, canoes or paddleboarders that are travelling down the loch. And the amount of shelter you get close to the shore is significant in a small craft. So again, there's issues. There are other issues aside from smolts. There are impacts on recreational users on the loch. It's just a small point, but I think one worth making.
Okay, thank you for that. Would you like to come back just before we move on this?
Can I ask then who is Ms. Ray to assist on, because I think there may be a misunderstanding as to the function of the net.
So on the function of the net, the positioning of the net, which is going to be influenced by the modelling, is that at the outer side of the net, the attraction wouldn't be strong enough for the smolt to be attracted to the intakes, and that is the primary purpose in terms of fish mitigation. Yeah. So
perhaps I can. My understanding is that the function of the net is not to impede the water flow or to reduce the water flow. The net is effectively porous to the water. The function of the net and the positioning of the net is it's positioned at a location where the flow is such, as Ms. Ray has just indicated, that even if there was an attraction to the smolts would not be able to pass through the net because of the size of the net.
Okay, just so that I understand it in sort of layman's terms, the net and the distance it is away from the intake means that by the time you get to that point, the water velocity will be at the predicted level. Inside that and closer in, the closer you go in, the faster it will be. So basically what you're doing is creating a barrier to direct the smolts in water that's going at that pace rather than going into water that's faster. But even if they do get attracted, the net stops them going into that. So there's two, in a sense, two functions. One, to create a physical barrier that pushes it out far enough, and another one to stop them coming in. Is that, after all this, is that what the net does?
Yes, that is correct. And this was really to deal with the point of, because initially we proposed just screens, which we are still proposing, and that would stop the smolt being, sucked up the intakes. But there was a bigger concern from the Fisheries Board and also Nature Scott about, them just being attracted during cycles and hovering around, causes predation or increased predation, excess energy, things like that. So it's a means of stopping the smolt being attracted to the smolts in the first place to avoid those impacts. But also if they do get close enough, they wouldn't be able to get through anyway. Yeah. I can also point you to a couple of other documents that might be quite helpful.
If there's other references, yeah.
Yes, so I think in the original EIA report we just referred to as our mitigation as a sort of generic fish deterrent scheme that would be developed in consultation. But subsequently we first submitted some additional information to Nature Scott, which was included in our first additional information package, and that is AI Appendix 13.1, which is 002.022.
002 point...
022.
Sorry, I'm just not quite hearing that.
002.022.
022.
Yeah.
2.22.
Yeah.
Thank you.
2.22. Sorry.
If we miss out the zeros,
Miss out the zeros.
if we miss
Okay.
out the zeros, as Mr. Finlay tends to do, it's probably just easier that way for noting it down.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And the second document I'd refer you to is the addendum to the HRA for the River Morston SAC. And that is 3003. And that provides, page 26, there's information on mitigation. And also Appendix D, there's our preliminary modelling, which was done by specialists at UCL, University College London. Yep. Which indicates, I think, about a net about 40 metres from the intakes would be sufficient.
Okay, I think it's a long way around the houses, but I think I've actually got to understanding the purpose of it, and I think it's important for clarity of what the net actually does. And I'm assuming that by varying the distance of the net from the intakes, then you can actually then alter, so you can get it to a point where you think the flows are correct by the distance out. Is that in principle the way it works? Yeah. If everybody's nodding, I'm going to leave it there because I'll get confused probably otherwise if I ask any more questions. I'm going to come back to Mr. Mr. Hindley first, because he did raise his hand.
The board's highlighted the physical effect of the net on users of small craft on the loch. It would be useful to have clarity about exactly how far into the loch the net would have to be placed to ensure that the flows were below 0.05 metres per second.
Would the applicant like to respond?
Yeah, I think, as I understand it, if one goes to one of the documents Mr. Rose referred you to, 222, those figures are set out.
That was document 222.
2.22.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I think, from memory, I thought was it 40 metres out? Am I just making that figure up, or is that approximately what the current position is?
Correct, sir. 40 metres perpendicular from the screen.
I think that's the figure we're using when we're on the boat, where we're just trying to work out where 40 metres would be out into the loch, and that was the number that stuck in my head, but that's currently the position in order to achieve that velocity. Okay. And the board?
My final point, sir. Yeah, in that paper 33003003, there's various drawings, simulations of the net deployed off the structure. So figure 4.22 in that document shows that the net does have a barrier effect in terms of it slows down the water. So in this scenario presented here, the current is deflected under the net. That's where our concern about the smolts, that the depth that smolt swim at come from. Because I think you can see from that drawing, the figure 2.2 there, that the strong currents are actually deflected under the net because of the porosity of the net is not 100%, obviously.
Okay, thank you for that. Does the applicants want to make any final comment before we move on?
Could I just make one comment in relation to the water flow at depth? Ness Board's absolutely right. Part of the effect of the net is that beneath the net there is higher water velocities. Two things associated with that. Although there are instances of smolts swimming at much greater depths than 2 or 3 metres, it's really quite rare. There are occasions when it happens, but it is really quite rare. And the second point I would make is that, of course, this intake of water which might attract smolts is intermittent. It is not constant. And as soon as the water velocity disappears, where pumping finishes, then any attractant flow will disappear with it.
Okay, thank you for that. I think we'll move on to the next question. I think I've finally grasped the detail of the net, but I think it was worthwhile spending time just to understand that particular aspect of the project. So, yes, the next item is looking at Ness Weir, and we've obviously had a brief procedural discussion about that before we started. So I think that my questions were drafted up before we had the responses back to the ratio, so I will have to reword these as I go along. So I think what I was going to look at first, what was the purpose of the proposed works at Ness Weir, but this is maybe just an opportunity for the applicant just to clarify that although there are works proposed to it, these don't form part of the current proposed project. So I think that's probably a simple yes or no sort of answer.
The works do not, any works to Ness Weir do not form part of the current project.
And therefore they're not part of any mitigation or proposed, what's we say, compensation, but in the wrong kind. There's no part of mitigation in terms of the EIA conclusions.
Then we're not relying on them either for mitigation or in terms of the enhanced performance that they may enable were they to be put in place.
Okay, thank you for that. I think we can move on to looking at the relationship of the Ness Weir to the proposed development. I think that would be helpful to do that.
So that's the relationship of the Ness Weir as it exists just now to the proposed development?
Yes. I'm just for clarity, on the agenda I had purpose of the proposed works. So I've dealt with that in that they don't form part of the project. The second item was the relationships of the works to Ness Weir and the proposed development. Again, we've clarified that they're not related to the proposed development in the applicant's position. So that takes me to the third item, which is looking at lower water flows and migrating smolts. So this is looking at the proposed development and the Weir as it currently is, with no proposed improvements to it. Is that a basis of understanding that we can progress on?
But Mr. Shaw's happy to comment on the issue of the Weir as is and the developments. I've just checked with them, so we are happy to discuss that point, sir.
Yes, that would be helpful for me, because I think that's the key bit to get on my sort of clarity and understanding of from the issues that have been raised. Starting with the board, can you just briefly explain whether low water flows at the Weir are already a matter of concern for migrating smolts, and if so, to what extent the proposed development would potentially exacerbate this issue?
The Weir, in its current form, has been there for 200 years. It was identified early on that, I think they used the term salmon fry were attracted into the loch, but into the lochs in the canal. But I think they referred to smolt. Various studies over the year. There's a really nice paper done in 1933 that looked at smolt migration over, through and past the Weir. So, but the weir has been there for that time, and in that time, the Ness salmon population has existed for 200 years, in some periods in very abundant numbers. So the salmon generally can get over the weir. There is a fish path there designed for upstream and migration downstream. The fish path always flows. The Ness is not a small river, of course, so the fish path has always got its full design flow there. So the weir as it stands, it's clearly any weir is an impediment to smolts, but that's a long-standing issue to do with the canal. The applicant is not proposing any works to the weir other than the only effect would be the changing levels in the loch, and that's probably the thing we need to discuss, because they're not proposing any other alteration to the weir itself. It's only the change in level of the loch that's applicable here.
So on that point, what impacts do you think the changing water levels in the loch will have on the migration of the smolts through the weir? So it's just so I can understand, once the development starts to operate, what is the impact on the weir, and then how does that then affect the smolts migrating through that?
A couple of issues there then, thank you. One would be that some smolts end up entering the canal through the lochs at Dochgarach, and generally they're doomed when they enter the canal. There's no evidence that any of them are able to migrate through the canal. So the volume of water taken by the canal there's two routes by which the canal extracts water from the Ness catchments. One is through lockages, when a boat comes along and they open the gates to let the water levels equalise. That takes a small volume of water, and that occurs depending on the level of traffic in the loch. The other way that the canal extracts water is through there's sluices on the gates, and at least 2 of those sluices are open all the time because the canal leaks badly. So there's a need for maintenance water. So there's always water going down the canal, and that's potentially a route by which smolts can be attracted into the canal. So the lower the flow over the weir, because the flow down the canal is relatively fixed, and the lower the flow over the weir, the more likely smolts are to end up in the canal. That's one point. The second point would be the impact of the development is going to be variation in the loch level on a rapid and frequent basis. So some of the time the flow will be higher going over the weir, sometimes it will be lower. Now, I would have thought the net effect on smolt may well be neutral, because some of the time it's going to be lower than it would have been without the operation of the scheme. Other times it's going to be higher. So I think in the rebuttal statement, the applicant came to the conclusion that the development would have a net beneficial agreement. We don't agree with that. For every time that the water level rises over the weir, there's an equal amount of time when it goes lower. And quite often there would be water levels that were favourable for smolt passage over the weir, and the development would lower those applicants, creating less favourable conditions over the weir. So for every good day for the smolts going down the weir, as a result of the applicant's development, there would be a bad day. Okay, so if you've said there's a good day and a bad day, so is the net effect that it evens itself out by that? I don't think that's what you're saying, but if you've got a good day and a bad day, what is the actual overall sort of impact in your view? What's the actual concern in terms of the impact overall onto the weir and how it functions? I think our concern that I think the concerns we raised were mainly to do with the canal issues. We didn't raise too many concerns about the impact on the weir, but I should say the net effect of the scheme will be to the water flowing down the Ness, because the hydropeaking that's going to be introduced will effectively result in a surging of water. I mean, sometimes there'll be a high flow towards the weir, sometimes there'll be low. That's a confusing flow for smolts. If they're looking for a trigger, a signal to find a way out of Loch Ness, and that trigger is constantly changing because the amount of water going over the weir is varying, then that's going to confuse smolts, and I think that will have a net negative impact. That's a different issue. There's the low and high level is one thing you've said, and you've said that when it's high, it's going to be higher than perhaps it would normally be, and there's a negative effect from that. Am I understanding you correctly? When it's higher, when the amount of water going over the weir is higher, that's probably beneficial for smolts. Yes. But there's an equal amount of time when the water going over the weir would be lower as a result of the development. So it's hard to say that. I can't, certainly not going to be a net benefit from that. The other aspect I'm pointing out is that the variation in the flow, the attractive flow towards the river, will vary constantly. and that is unlikely to be unsettling for smolts and make it more difficult for them to establish the route out of Loch Ness.
Okay, I think
So
I
I
understand now.
you mentioned hydro peaking, but I see you actually have that in.
Yeah, I'm going to come to that.
You have that in a separate agenda item, sir.
Okay, would the applicants like to comment on the impact on the Weir from the lower water, or potentially lower water flows?
Yes, thank you, sir. And I kind of like to begin with a comment which I think reinforces what the board has just said, and that is that the Weir at Ness has a very long history of holding smolts up. And in fact, in one of the board documents, it's at 3.2.61 in document 4.15. The board says that the Ness Weir is one of the biggest losses of salmon smolts at any structure on the east coast of Scotland. And I can't find any reason to disagree with that. So the point I'm trying to make is that already smolts are being compromised in their successful migration at around the Ness Weir. Sort of moving on to the more general point about the peaking and troughing of water levels at Ness Weir. These are really quite clearly seen. The sort of cycle of pumping and discharge that would result from the proposed development, if it goes ahead, is quite clearly seen in figure 1, which is on page 44 of document 3.3 in appendix B. And that shows exactly what the board has just been talking about, which is that under periods of generation, water flow goes up, and there is an equivalent period sometime later when water level, I should say, not flow, water level declines because of pumping, of course, at the pump storage. The board has just mentioned that the likelihood of smolts passing the Ness Weir is compromised. The passage of smolts is a function of a couple of things. It's a function of whether the smolts are able to find a route to get across the Weir, and that partly relates to attractant flow, the thing we've been already talking about quite a bit. But it's also a function of the size of the passage route. The fish pass at the moment is really quite small. We know from information going back 100 years, the board's just mentioned a paper in 1933 by a guy called Berry, which can be referenced at page 2 in 4.15, additional information from the Ness board. We know that a lot of smolts miss the fish pass, and head towards the Caledonian Canal. We have very little data on exactly how many miss the pass, but from the little data we have, and again this is actually provided by the Ness board in the rebuttal statement 20.5, possibly as many as, in some years, 20% of smolts fail to migrate over the Weir and get into the canal. But almost certainly, and the board has just mentioned this actually, it varies with time. And the likelihood is that the biggest effect of smolts missing the Weir and going down the canal occurs when water levels are generally low. So if they're generally low, the relative attraction flow of the canal is higher than the relatively small attraction flow at the Weir itself. And I completely agree again with the board that fish that end up in the canal are very unlikely to survive. So kind of my starting point for thinking about this is that smolts don't do well when they come up to the Ness Weir, and how is the changing water levels that are created by an operational Kemp scheme, how are they going to impact on that? Well, I think for some conditions they are going to impact positively. And the reason for saying that is that the increase in flow that's created by generation, which causes the peaks, which you can see on the sort of modelled graphs that I've just referred to, are quite substantial. They're creating relatively higher water levels, which are doing two things. One, it will create a greater attractant flow for fish coming close to the weir, so they'll be more likely attracted to the fish pass, which flows almost constantly through the weir. But it will also increase the size of the passage route. The potential for an increased passage route means more opportunity for smolts to actually get across the weir. And that would occur particularly when this pulse of water allows the service or waste weirs to overtop, because they're so large by comparison to the entrance into the fish pass. So on balance, of course, that is then balanced by a period where there is relatively little flow going over the weir when the scheme is pumping. But if you look at, and I'll refer you to another figure which looks at a slightly longer period of potential water levels at Ness Weir, and they're to be found at paragraph, it's plate 4 at paragraph 3.2.17, and that's in document, it's in a number of documents actually, but most easily found at 3.3. This figure shows the sort of pulsing and so the increase in water height at Ness Weir and the reduction in water height over a period of time. This is a period of 10 days, and these data are modelled data for the period, a 10-day period in May, which is the season in which smolts are most likely to be migrating. And you can see that there's then multiple opportunities for enhanced passage, a window of enhanced passage occurring at multiple occasions. This particular output is modelled at L40, which is, I suppose, a sort of medium water height, but the extent to which these pulses would be important would be even greater at lower water levels. So my point here generally is that albeit that there are windows in which the passage potential for salmon are lessened by the operation of Kemp, should it be built, there'll also be frequent periods, frequent windows of opportunity for them to pass more easily. And I would argue that that is an improvement on passage rates for smolts over what currently exists, where the flows are more stable, and that would occur particularly when water levels are low.
Okay, thank you for that. I think I've understood both sides and where it's going. Do you want to make one final comment?
Yeah, well, there's 2 points. First of all, our point about the canal, the Weir being the biggest loss of smolts on the East Coast, refers to the Caledonia Canal and the loss down there, rather than the Weir itself. It's a loss of water down the Caledonia Canal. The second point, not particularly impressed by the sort of contrived arguments presented there. We addressed this in our rebuttal statement, which is document 02005, during the month of May, which is a prime time for smolt migration downstream. It looks to me as if the water level is lower than the baseline more frequently than it is above. So there's a net negative effect there.
Okay, I have that evidence before me, so I can look at that. Okay, that takes us to item 4. Now, I did say we would stop for a short break, and it is almost 11:15, so the timing would appear appropriate before we move on to the next item. So if we have a break for 10 minutes, and we'll come back here at 5 to 11. Thank you. Okay, I think everybody's back in, so we will recommence. So we've got to item 4. I'm conscious there's quite a lot of items on this, so I think we will make speedier progress through the next few items, which are points more for clarification for me, so I make sure I understand the evidence properly. So looking at cumulative impacts, the board at paragraph 49, page 12, make reference to there being no understanding of how cumulative impact of multiple abstractions will be regulated. Can the applicant just respond to how cumulative impacts have been considered and are to be addressed?
Thank you, sir. We've included cumulative impacts assessments in the following documentations and chapters of our EIAR. First of all, Chapter 7, Water Management, Section 7.9 of 1.13. Chapter 12...
Sorry, if you can just give me the references a wee bit more slowly so I can write them down, that would be helpful.
Chapter 7, Section 7.9, Cumulative Impacts of Ness Weir, Document 1.13.
James, if you can give the document number first.
Okay. Document 1.18, Section 12.8.22 to 12.8.27. That's aquatic ecology. Document 1.19 on fish, sections 13.8.48 to 13.864. And also our shadow HRA response to document 3.3, Appendix B, DOF for Weir hydrological technical note from page 30 onwards.
I have these, okay. So is that's where the evidence in terms of cumulative impact, can you kind of sort of pull what your main points are of how these have been considered and addressed?
Thank you, sir. So the scope of the work as agreed with the consultees was agreed at scoping stage, and at the time of when the certain projects were in the public domain, we assessed them appropriately for each of those chapters.
Okay, so you're relying on just the evidence as it's submitted then? Yeah, okay, fine. Do the board want to make any comment on that? I understand what your concerns and everything as in your evidence, so if there's anything additional then...
I don't think there's anything additional I'd like to add, other than we can probably agree that there's going to be rapid and frequent drawdowns in the loch of a magnitude up to 0.72 centimetres as defined in the original EIA.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, hydro peaking flows. I think this is to give me an understanding of what hydro peaking flows are. And I think we'd made reference to sort of peaking and flows down at the Weir. So this is to the board to start with. At paragraph 4 on page 2 of your hearing statement, you make reference to inevitable consequences of the development would be to transform the currently stable flow regime into a hydro peaking river with all the harmful effects. For my benefit, could you just explain, sort of, in layman terms, what that actually means?
Yes, thank you, sir. It's probably important to say that the Ness is in an exceptionally stable river in its current form. The flow changes in the loch are buffered by Loch Ness and the other lochs in the catchment. So when it goes high, it stays high for a long time, and likewise when it goes low, it stays for a long time. So that's the current situation. Hydropeaking refers to a situation where flows in the river are subject to rapid and frequent change, normally associated below in a river below a hydro power station. It's becoming more recognised as a problem. I think in recent years there was a recent, sorry I haven't referred to this, but there was a document in Norway that highlighted that 3,000 kilometres of Norwegian rivers suffer from hydropeaking. The Ness suffers from it, parts of the Ness suffer from it already. The middle Morriston, below Kinnicrock power station and the Middle Garry below Cuac power station. As I said, the River Ness is an exceptionally stable river, but it's going to become, under the proposal, subject to hydropeaking. And that will be a result of the variation in the flow, the level of Loch Ness. So there is a direct connectivity between the level of Loch Ness and the flow down the River Ness. And that is defined in, well, it's shown in document 1.115, figure 3.1.
So what was the figure?
The figure 3.1, sorry. And that figure shows the relationship between the level of Loch Ness and the flow down the River Ness. So just to put some meat on the bone here, we can talk about, you know, a variation of 70 centimetres. But what does that mean in terms of flow in the River Ness? So I looked at, I mean, there's publicly available data showing that we know the level of Loch Ness on a daily basis going back a number of years. We know the flow in the River Ness in the same days. And if you compare, for example, I've got a couple of examples here. On the 26th of January...
So what document are you referring to?
No, this is from publicly available data on levels of Loch Ness and levels flows in the River Ness.
It's not in any submitted
No, it's not.
so
No,
far.
it's in my notes to address your question.
Are you? I think if we're going to sort of quote figures, we need to have a source of evidence. I think I understand what you're saying. My point was to understand what the hydropeaking flows were, and I think what you're saying is that if the loch goes up, it impacts onto the River Ness and raises the flow within the sort of River Ness. That's the sort of the concern that's being raised. Is that correct?
So if I could just clarify that the issue is not so much the precise figures. I think you've got this. The issue is changing the nature of the Ness from a very stable environment, long periods of high flow and long periods of low flow, to more rapid fluctuations in level, which may then have ecological and environmental implications. But it is simply the potential to change the fundamental nature of the Ness from being a very stable river.
Okay, that's very helpful. I think I understand the sort of the point being made now. Do the applicants want to make any comment back on that?
Thanks, sir. Hydropeaking is a reference made by Ness District Salmon Fishery Board to the changing hydrological regime of the Ness catchment and resultant River Ness. The values that the board referred to is in fact it's 73 centimetres of absolute impact on water levels, but the speed seems to be the key point of interest, and it's the rate of change compared to baseline that is of note. So with our proposed development, including our cumulative impact, we're going from around 1 centimetre an hour to around 4 centimetres an hour in vertical increase, so 3 centimetres an hour. So the changes in the flow as a result of our proposed development and the natural attenuation of Loch Ness as a huge water body means that we don't believe that the reference to peaking, as can be experienced in other rivers, conventional rivers, would be experienced as much in the Ness.
Okay, and is there a part of your evidence that you can point me to just for the conclusions in terms of the figures that you used there? If you don't have it to hand now, you can throw it in once you've had a chance to look it up.
It would be the data presented in document 3.3, Appendix B.
Okay, thank you. Okay, again, yes, the board.
Thanks, sir. Yeah, referring back to that document, just referred to there, 3.3, Appendix B, Appendix 1, looking at, for example, and there's an example there in October where the level of the River Ness changes by, the level of Loch Ness changes by 70 centimetres in a 24-hour period. That is equivalent to a change in the level of the River Ness of 1 metre. A huge transformation in the flows. I can't really highlight the significance of the magnitude involved here.
Can you just stop you for a minute? If we're going to be quoting figures, then I need to kind of have sort of reference to take me back. So otherwise, they're just figures. No, if that's a figure that's, and you made reference to the 3.3 Appendix 1, I think you were making reference to, are those figures within that documentation?
I referred to the document in my original, when I started answering this question. It's figure 3.1.
Yes.
Where there's a relationship there between the level, Foyer's level, and the level in Ness side. And a change in level at Foyer's of 70 centimetres equates to a change in the river Ness of 1 metre. So that's in the...
Okay, if that's in the evidence, I can have a look at
figure
that.
It's figure 3.1.
Okay.
To help you.
Yeah, obviously, I've got to try and take a note of these and listen at the same time. So if you're quoting figures in that, if you can just give me a chance to note them first. Otherwise, I'll be searching them. So let's look at moving on to the next item then, the generation plume. And again, this is just to make sure I've understood what this actually refers to. And again, it's something that the board mentioned at paragraph 42 of the hearing statement at page 11. And you make reference to the generation plume from Loch Kemp. Could you just briefly explain what this is and what the potential impacts on Loch Ness would be?
Thanks, sir. Just by way of context, we, like many others, had not dealt with pumped storage hydro. There have been no new pumped storage hydro, as you know, in the UK for 4 decades. So we commissioned NINA, Norwegian Institute of Nature Research, to look into the potential impacts of pumped storage hydro on Loch Ness. The NINA report is document 224. They made the statement, it is not known how and to what extent the proposed pump storage schemes will alter the natural flow patterns in Loch Ness. Flow is an important navigational cue for migrating Atlantic salmon. Following that, we commissioned a study by a company called MTS, a CFD study, which is document 23 in the file statement, and that 2003, yeah. So this work hadn't been done. This is an unknown impact of pumped storage hydro. So we, Ness Fishery Board, small organisation, were forced to commission our own study on this subject. And that we set up a scenario, a mid-May scenario in Loch Ness, with temperature regimes that were relevant at the time, and light southwesterly winds. And the company, I don't know if you're familiar with computational flow dynamics, but they make a mesh. They basically pixelate the whole loch so they can look at water movements on 3D. And that showed, we ran it for a 48-hour period, and that showed that a single generation cycle, the Kemp plume, the plume arising, the water plume from the Kemp outlet would cross Loch Ness, and then they hit the far shore. And because we had a southwesterly wind in our scenario, they travelled along the north shore before dissipating. We don't have resources to run multiple iterations of that, but that was just one scenario we looked at, and it highlighted the significance of the plume, the generation plume from Loch Kemp. Totally unknown information. It also highlighted, and this is an aside, but it highlighted that Red John creates a vortex in Doors Bay. Again, that was not known and understood when that scheme was consented. So I think it's rather strange that we as a small organisation are forced to do these studies to investigate the impact of pumped storage hydro. This should be upon the applicant.
Okay, I think I've understood the background of where it's come from. In terms of a generation plume, can you just explain, that's the movement of water across sort of in an identifiable pattern? Is that what the plume, and what adverse effect is that, again, because you're changing the direction that the water is moving in? So I'm just trying to get an understanding of what that is physically and what impacts it has.
Yes, sir. This goes back. I can't remember the figure right now because we talked earlier on about confusing flows affecting the migration of smolts down to Loch Ness. This is a prime example of an unnatural and what will be a totally confusing flow. Under our scenario that we modelled, we looked at a southwesterly wind. If we'd looked at a southeasterly wind, that plume would have crossed the loch and gone down the east, gone down in a southwesterly direction towards the mouth of the Morriston SAC. So it's just highlighting the fact that the smolts leaving the Morriston, migrating downstream to the Morriston SAC, entering Loch Ness, a new environment for them, are going to be encountering unnatural and confusing flows. That's the basic point.
Okay, I think I understand that now. Would the applicant want to make any comment back on that, please?
Can I just have a go at dealing with that on a headline basis?
Yes.
That concern about a flume is completely contradictory to the evidence given as to the impact of water flows at the Loch Kemp that we were discussing under item 2 and the net. So the idea that there will be water flows impinging to the far side of the loch when you have the flows of the order that were being discussed under item 2 is just not credible. I don't know whether, James, you want to add anything to that?
Thank you. Yeah, just furthermore to that, just picking up on the point that the board mentioned regarding document 20.3, I would like to draw the attention to figure 5, which I think is the plume image that and output that the board is referring to. Just to be clear, we understand that the data presented only represents Glen Erich and Foyers and doesn't show Kemp's arrangement. On the point on where the plume generates into the loch, it would appear that velocities of greater than 0.3 metres a second appear 400 metres away from the shoreline, which would result in a misrepresentation of Glen Erich's outlet, which in theory, if that same logic is applied for Kemp, would be the same. As mentioned, our velocity is at 0.3 at our screen inside the net. Outside the net, which is 40 metres, is in the order of 0.02. So again, an order of magnitude less in velocity and an order of magnitude less in distance. Plus, the results of the analysis show a very coarse grid resolution, which doesn't appropriately represent the arrangement of and the impacts that the flow will have as a result of the plume. So we feel that the data presented doesn't actually represent our proposed development.
Okay, thank you for that. As I say, I just wanted to understand what the generation plume was. Obviously, I've got the evidence that's submitted, so I'm fine with that. So moving on, another sort of point that was made by the board in the hearing statement refers to the potential for temperature and long-term thermal consequences on Loch Ness, and that no proper assessment of this has been undertaken. So can I just ask the applicants to comment on that statement in terms of the sort of thermal consequences and any assessment?
No problem, thank you, sir. So we direct you to the report we commissioned by Ramble, which is in referenced by document 1.19, section 13.8.46, which explains the parameters we use to model the impact on temperature stresses and the thermal behavioural change of water transferring from Kemp to Loch Ness. And with those very conservative assumptions regarding water temperature, the delta in water temperature between Loch Ness and Loch Kemp, we concluded that there would be no behavioural stress changes, and the water plume would dissipate significantly quicker than is alluded to in previous documents. Further to this, we have continued to monitor the temperature in both Loch Ness and Loch Kemp, and our modelling shows that the greatest delta in temperature is 0.9 degrees, whereas our modelling showed 14 degrees as an absolute worst case. So significantly conservative results were used in the original analysis we presented.
Sorry, could you just explain that last point again about the temperatures to make sure I've got the figures correctly?
No problem. So in that document I referenced 1.19 section 13.8.46, that modelling assessed a 14 degree delta in temperature between Loch Kemp and Loch Ness. So an absolute difference in temperature between Loch Kemp and Loch Ness. Our modelling, our data analysis we've collected to date shows in reality that's closer to a 0.9 degrees difference. So the very conservative assumptions we used that still resulted in a very quick dissipation of the thermal plume was used on very conservative analysis.
Can I just ask Mr. Scott, that that 0.9 was the worst case. How often was in fact Loch Kemp warmer than Loch Ness in terms of the records?
Yeah, so the difference when Loch Kemp was warmer than Loch Ness was for around 4 months of the year. The rest of the year, Loch Kemp was actually cooler.
Okay, thank you for that. That gives me the assessment that was done, so I can look at that and make my sort of own conclusion on that. Do you want to make a comment on that?
Before Mr Shaw answers, the witness just referred to additional monitoring beyond the EIA. Is that another report that's before the inquiry? You referred to ongoing and additional monitoring of the temperature differences.
We have been monitoring the temperature in the loch for a period of years, and there's the data we've had to date.
And is that before the inquiry?
It was captured before the inquiry.
Can you give me the document reference for the additional monitoring?
I think there's a misunderstanding between them. There is no document before the inquiry containing those figures. It's continuous monitoring. That's the
okay.
claim.
I think what I'm understanding is that we've got a submission that's at 1.19, and the information and the assessments done on that basis. What you've added to that is saying that you've continued that work, but you've not submitted that work in evidence. Is that the understanding? Yes. That's my understanding of it. So there is no document to look for. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah, the Ramboll study that was referred to by the applicant, I showed that to our consultant. There was no methodology at all provided in that particular study, and my applicant was unable to comment on it. I think it just highlights the weakness of the evidence presented by them, and our consultants stand by their study.
Okay, I will obviously make my judgments on the basis of the weight given to the various studies in due course. Yes.
Thank you, sir. In document 1.18, it states that the operational phase could raise temperatures to 20 degrees. It doesn't indicate what time of year that is. I'm assuming that is summer. However, there's also a sweeping statement in section 12.8.27 on page 30. Very sweeping statement that mayflies, stoneflies, diptera and crustaceans have typical temperature ranges of 5 to 25 degrees. It's highly specific to the species, what their tolerances are to this. We have species that prefer cold water, cold stenotherms, and we've got species that prefer warm water, and we've got others that aren't all that fussy. For example, there's a species in Loch Ness called Amletus inopinatus. It's a type of mayfly. It develops through October and through to June, and its larvae aren't found in sites with water temperatures above 13 degrees. So if that 20 degrees or a higher temperature than 13 degrees is found within that period, it's going to be harmful to that species. For stoneflies, it's the egg stage. So we can't just take a sweeping statement that these species have this broad range. Another example from Loch Ness, a stonefly called Diura bicaudata has an optimal egg incubation temperature of 6 degrees, and that happens in the spring. So if we have a temperature difference in spring of greater than 6 degrees, that will affect the hatching of those eggs.
Okay, I think we'll probably pick some of that up in the next section. Okay, I think that's fine. I think I've understood, unless you want to make one final comment.
Just to inform Mr McAdam, the 20 degrees is a theoretical worst case basis, so that and was primarily, I think, produced in order to allay concerns as to impact on salmon smolts. So whilst that there's no suggestion that the 20 degree difference or the 20 degree raise is going to be close to reality for the reasons we've just given.
Okay, thank you. Mr McAdam, do you want to say anything else?
Just to disagree, because it's referred to in that section 12.8.27 in relation to loch invertebrates.
Okay, I've got that information before me, so I can make a conclusion on that, but I take everybody's points on board for that. That's helpful. Looking at the next item, which is stop generating and pumping levels, the board made reference to some concerns with that. So can you just very briefly outline what the main concerns are in relation to setting and the operation of these levels?
Thank you, sir. Our main concern is over the regulation of multiple schemes operating in the same loch, each with different pumping rates, each with different stock levels. We heard yesterday about the apportioning blame to potholes on the road. We think there's a similar situation in the loch. If the loch level is, if the minimum level is overshot, it goes below, and that has happened in the past with one pump storage hydro scheme. How are the regulators going to apportion blame?
Okay, so the question is how is it going to be managed and then identified who's caused the impact. Okay, do the applicants want to make any comment on that?
Thank you, sir. The applicant is aware that SEPA is the statutory consultee that under the controlled activities regulations are referred to as the car licence process will allocate both stop pumping and stop generating levels. The applicant's car licence application is in with SEPA and is being assessed at the moment. The levels presented in the EIA of 15.42 as a stop pumping level are above both the existing Foyers pump storage scheme at 15.27 and also above the consented Loch na Cathracht scheme at 15.33. So there would be the operations of third-party assets, two of which are already ahead of us with regards to having lower water levels that would need to operate to result in these levels being breached. The control of these levels will be as for the regulator to decide.
Okay, thank you. I think that actually rolls me into the next point that I was going to ask about the role of SEPA and the car licence, because there is a potential for overlapping issues between this current application and the role that I can play in terms of the conditions. And as SEPA had clarified in the response, they have a specific sort of legal role in setting various standards. So that's just to be clear that it's not just simply this application. There's obviously the controls and legislation that SEPA have to impose, and that does relate to the levels of the loch, which I think is the point that you were referring to. So unless there's anything anybody wants to say on sort of the role of SEPA car licence, I think I'm clear of my responsibilities and what SEPA's responsibilities are. Does anybody want to make any particular point that I should be aware of?
If I may, sir, just a quick point. We have responded to the SEPA car licence, which is not before the inquiry, but highlighting really that we think the current car licence system applied to conventional hydro schemes is not up to it's not suitable for regulating pump storage hydro, which has 3D impacts, as we've discussed this morning already. We've highlighted that to SEPA and hope they take that on board.
I'm sure SEPA will come back to you on that. I'll make no comment at this time. Do the applicants want to make any additional comment?
No, but just to agree with you, as a matter of high-level principle, the proper regulatory body is SEPA. It's with respect to the board, it's not like potholes. SEPA will require record keeping so that there will be absolute clarity as to who's been doing what at what time, just as one small point, and that and just to respectfully remind parties that not only is SEPA interested in the stop pumping levels, but so is Nature Scott, and they're also regulating that. No, so apart from those points, nothing else to add.
No, that's fine. There is the difficulty of overlap with some of the issues, and it's just to make sure that we're clear of who's responsible for what separate elements of the proposed development. Okay, so moving on to aquatic ecology. So the first area I would just like to look at is the impacts on fluctuation of water levels, and if I've got this pronunciation in the littoral zone, I'm looking at Mr. McAdam for a nod there, habitat. So to the applicant, first of all, at various places in the hearing statement, Bug Life contends, I think paragraph 3.8, page 6 is a useful reference, that there's been an insufficient assessment of effects of water level fluctuations on the microinvertebrates on the littoral zone. Can the applicant just outline what assessments have been taken and the extent of the conclusion in terms of significant effects?
Can I just preface our response to this that the author of the relevant EIA chapter is no longer available to the applicant. The firm no longer exists. We have provided, and we will answer your question in detail. The applicant has sought further input from a relevant expert who sadly is also not available to attend today, but that has informed our rebuttal statement. So in terms of the particular expertise that Mr. McAdam brings, we rely upon our EIA and our rebuttal statement. But on our analysis, many, but not all, but the vast majority of the bug life concerns relate primarily to the impact of water environment upon which we can speak and which we will now ask you, and which indeed this question is directed to in part. I didn't want you to be under any misapprehension that any of the witnesses I'm putting forward to you have the same status as Mr. McAdam does. But with that in mind, I'll ask, I think, Miss Ray to
Okay, I'll give you a moment just to decide who's going to speak.
Yeah.
That's helpful to know.
It's one of the two at the far end of the table. I'm going to let them argue it out between
That's
themselves.
okay. I think on that preface then, what I may do is just maybe ask Mr. McAdam just to sort of make clear what his point is, and you can answer back what you can in relation to that. I have all the evidence as submitted, and this was just to help to kind of clarify a few points. So that will give you a chance to put that to me, and you can respond back to the appropriate level that you can do. Okay, so just taking that first question, you've obviously indicated your concerns within your hearing statement of the effect. So just briefly, what are the main concerns in terms of the insufficiency that you see in the work that's been carried out?
Thank you, sir. My concern is that there has been no assessment of the effect of water level fluctuations on macroinvertebrates in the littoral zone. There's been survey work, limited survey work, which in the immediate vicinity of the powerhouse, but the littoral zone extends right round the loch, and it's going to all be affected. The whole shoreline of the loch is going to be affected by water level fluctuations, and there'll be particularly large areas of littoral zone in the shallower bays, because a reduction in water level affects is basically going to expose a lot more habitat, and that's where most of the productivity in the loch in terms of invertebrates is living, in these shallow areas.
Okay, thank you. I've understood the sort of where the littoral zone is, what purpose it serves, and how its relationship to microinvertebrates from your evidence, so I've got that understanding. What I'm just trying to sort of pick a wee bit is just obviously your concern is if the water level changes dramatically, then that can then have an adverse impact, I think, and you consider there's no you say no assessment, or is it there's just an adequate sort of assessment of that? Do you think there's been any assessment carried out, or do you think there's just been none?
I don't think there's been any assessment carried out. I can't see any evidence of an assessment being carried out in the evidence that's been provided.
So I'll put that back to the applicant if you can sort of answer that.
Okay, so yes, I can explain. We drew the conclusion that there wasn't a significant impact on the littoral zone because, going back to Mr. Scott's figures, what you're looking at from Kemp is 2 centimetres an hour of movement. Now that's irrelevant when you've got a steep-sided shoreline. I agree with Mr. Academy. Then the question is, what does that mean when you're talking about an effectively flat shoreline as you get in Urquhart Bay? And to put this into something we can all understand, the slope there at its shallowest is 0.8%. And at 0.8% and 2 centimetres, well, let's do 3 because we'll do the cumulative. We'll do Kemp plus Loch Kemp. That equates to 1.15 millimetres a second. And we concluded that that wasn't contextually relevant to what's going on the shoreline at the moment. So even on the quietest day, the most benign weather conditions, you've got water lapping backwards and forwards, and that's on the calmest day. And so our view is that a macroinvertebrate, if it's right on the water's edge, is already experiencing effectively a wave action, and it's not going to detect 1.15 millimetres a second, because that's the wave action is faster, the ripple effect backwards and forwards. So even in protected bays at Urquhart Bay, you get this lapping of water, and that far exceeds what the macroinvertebrate is going to actually experience. And Bug Life is absolutely right on the sampling. We didn't do the whole of Loch Ness, and the bit we did wasn't necessarily at the right time. But our view was, of all the taxa, and we can agree with Bug Life on the 20 or so taxa that they've got on their table, actually, even the ones that are sensitive to this move sufficiently fast to actually not be able to detect the impact on Kemp and Loch Kemp, because you've already got this wave action going backwards and forward anyway. So how is it going to pick up? What's going to happen is that pattern of movement is simply going to continue but recede backwards and then go back the other way. So that's our contention on that point.
Okay, can you just give me a reference to where that is in your evidence, just to sort of point me in that direction?
That evidence is in the rebuttal statement, which is 018, then 1870.
So the rebuttal statement is within that document, yeah.
Yeah.
If I give you one other reference as well, the specific consideration given in the EIA to Loch macro invertebrates, starting at 12.8.26, and that is so that's chapter 12 and the document number for that.
I know what the chapters are, so you're all right. I'll let you off with that one. Okay, I think there's probably just a fundamental sort of disagreement in terms of the approach, and I think I've got the evidence. So, is there one final thing you want to make any comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that doesn't follow the information that the evidence that's in the scientific literature. The my reference 2111 sets out the impacts of water level fluctuations on both an annual and a weekly basis, and what effect they have on littoral invertebrate communities, and it demonstrates that a 0.5 metre weekly fluctuation, we're talking about a daily fluctuation here, so it follows that it will be a weekly one of that or more, significantly reduces the species richness in littoral invertebrates. So there's a net loss of invertebrates from the shoreline.
Okay, and that's 21.11. Okay, that's fine. Okay, I've got that point. Looking at deep water invertebrates then, on a similar sort of theme, Mr. McAdam, just want to just briefly indicate what your concerns are in relation to that.
Yeah, so again, thanks. Again, there's been no assessment on the deep water invertebrates. There were no samples taken of deep water invertebrates in Loch Ness. no indication of any assessment of any effects on them. My concern is, and the rebuttal statement does touch on this, but it kind of misses the point. My concern isn't about resuspension of sediments in the deepest part of the loch and then being redeposited. It's about sediment being brought in either from Loch Kemp or being disturbed on the shore of Loch Ness at the powerhouse when it's generating, and that sediment, suspended sediment, being taken out into into open water, where it can then settle and smother invertebrates on the bed in the profundal zone.
So is that when that suspended settlement
Would then settle
drops
out.
into the...
Yeah.
Okay, would the applicants like to respond?
Start. I understand, Mr McAdams, it's set out in his section 4 of his statement, and the two issues raised there, which I think he's confirmed today. At 4.4, it's about causing underwater erosion of the littoral and potentially sublittoral zones, transporting disturbed sediment into the deeper water. And then there's a concern at 4.5 about impact on Loch Kemp. I'll ask, I think it's Mr Scott who's going to explain as to whether that dealing with the first point first, whether that is both dealing with the construction and then the operational phases as to the likelihood of sediment being disturbed by the discharge, which is no doubt Mr McAdams' concern.
Thank you. So on the first point, during construction, there obviously will be mitigation and controls in place to prevent and reduce the risk of sediment impacting the loch. During the operational phase, SEPA have specifically asked for a sediment management plan as part of the car licence application, which we have produced and issued to SEPA. Their concern is on the impact of sediments that could be mobilised or impacted by our proposed development and the management of those sediments during operation. As a result of that plan, which is still to be agreed, it's unlikely that there will be a source of sediment as a result of those operational practices to result in a plume being created during operation to impact the deep water invertebrates.
I'll ask Mr Scott further to explain just the post-construction, the extent of the littoral zone before you get to the deep water and the extent to which that is going to have any sediment on it at all to be disturbed by discharge.
Thank you. Yeah, post-construction, the area of interest is obviously associated with the inside of the cofferdam, which during construction will be removed, and all sediments, as far as really practical, removed before operation starts. So there's unlikely to be sediment immediately post-construction in the construction area, because that will be cleared, and then obviously during operation that we will be following the agreed sediment management plan from SEPA to reduce the likelihood of sediments being generated or deposited in front of the screen. Furthermore, it's worth to point out that to mobilise sediments, they obviously need to have, one, be there in the first place, but they need to be continually generated. And if there's no source being proposed to be generated in front of the screen, and there's water constantly be moving, that water flow in fact will continue to keep the area immediately in front of the screen clear of sediment. So during operation there will be no source of sediment around that area.
And then lastly, just to explain to the reporter the geometry, if you like, of the loch, that post-construction. So how close will the deep water be to the discharge area, and what will, even to the potential area for sediment to accumulate, notwithstanding SEPA's concerns?
Yeah, so the lower section of the intake screen will have a shelf that will be engineered and cut into the rock face, and then there will be a step off some distance away from the bottom of the screen before the water level drops away, as described in the previous evidence described on the impact of the net in the cross sections shown. So that the geometry is conducive in reducing the chance of sediment being collected immediately in front of the screen.
Okay, I think there's two things here. I think some of this kind of strays into SEPA's area of management and control and impact, and I'm kind of conscious that that's, but at the same time I'm committed to trying to sort of establish what potential sort of adverse effects. So I've got an understanding of your concerns, and there's obviously suggested mechanisms for addressing that, but the solution to the way that would be addressed would be through the SEPA process. But is there anything else that you want in terms of the context of the proposed development, this inquiry, that you want to just sort of highlight?
Yes, thanks. Just one other point. I mean, because that was really useful to hear that, because none of that is in the information that we've got here about a sediment management plan or what it may contain and so on. But this development is going to raise the level of Loch Kemp significantly, going to inundate a large area of surrounding land. And as that peat and vegetation and the like breaks down as the water level is repeatedly raised and lowered, that's going to generate a lot more sediment in Loch Kemp, which could then find its way into the inlet and then find its way into Loch Ness. So I would still be concerned that is that going to be controlled by the sediment management plan?
So that was the second point I was going to come to, because I understood that was Mr. McAdam's concern, and Mr. Troop is the person to deal with that. The point, just to explain it in layman's terms, and Mr. Troop can tell me I've got it wrong, is that when Loch Kemp is being extended and dug out, there are areas of peat and indeed forestry at the moment, and Mr. McAdam's understandable concern is that is the impact of that going to extend beyond the construction period?
Yes, I mean, the position is, I mean, that's absolutely right. That there's during the construction period or towards the end, there will be a wet commissioning time when we're filling up the top lock and letting it go and experimenting and running systems and everything else. And our expectation is that for about 2 months it will take for that peat to basically be washed out. And part of the sediment plan will be to monitor that. The expectation is that it will sink to the bottom of Loch Kemp, because the existing Loch Kemp is obviously going to remain there. We're not operating water in the existing level, it's all on the inundated level. So that will largely sink to the bottom, but during the wet commissioning stage, we will monitor that. But yeah, you're absolutely right. You know, as you inundate it, you know, you'll be flushing that organic material out of the inundated foreshore. But the expectation is that after about 2 months, that will have been flushed out and will sink to the bottom.
Okay, I think my understanding from that is that that's what the sediment management plan seeks to cover and set the requirements under that, and that will be under the car licence, because obviously that's not proposed as part of this proposed development, and there's no evidence, as you said, on that matter. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, Mr. McAdam, you okay with that? There's an explanation. Okay. Cumulative water level fluctuations. I think we may have touched on that already, and I think you talked about that in terms of littoral zone and the cumulative effect, but I think we've covered that. Are you happy enough that we've covered that? Do the applicants want to say anything on that particular matter? No. Yes, I thought it might be just helpful, just quickly from the applicant, just to briefly set out what matters would be included in the proposed conditions for this development in terms of mitigation measures, in terms of the impact on the littoral zone or microinvertebrates as part of this development, is different from obviously SEPA's requirements, And also just a question directly from myself. There's reference in the evidence to an aquatic ecologist to be employed alongside the environmental clerk of works, but I hadn't spotted that in the conditions yet, so that's maybe something we could pick up sort of this afternoon, whether that's still the intention to do that. But firstly, if the applicant could just set out what the mitigation measure would be to look to address some of the concerns that have been raised by bug life.
I think Ms Ray is going to deal with this.
Yeah. Are you interested in construction and operation, or? Are you interested in construction and operation, or just operation? Yeah. Okay. So during construction, there'll be various sort of embedded mitigation in place. You'll have your construction environmental management plan, pollution prevention plan, the sediment management plan, and a water quality monitoring programme. So that would be implemented by the principal contractor, and as you've just mentioned, an aquatic ecologist or ACOW would be employed to oversee that. So this will include sort of biosecurity measures as part of the construction environmental management plan as well. We're proposing to take annual monitoring of macroinvertebrates in rivers and lochs within the development boundary and within Loch Ness in the vicinity of the boundary. This will be undertaken to monitor water quality and the spread of invasive species during the construction phase. During operation, we would continue with the water quality monitoring programme, again to be overseen by an aquatic ecologist. This will include annual monitoring of macroinvertebrates within the Ness catchment. Then on top of this, that's the mitigation that we are proposing. We've also proposed some enhancement, which is included in the habitat management plan. And this is the coarse woody debris that would be installed or placed around some of the other loch-ins in the site. So it's proposed that some of the broadleaf trees could be that are removed during construction could be reused for this purpose, and there would be an additional benefit for fish potentially as well. But that's not class of mitigation; it's enhancement. Mm-hmm.
Okay, is there? I appreciate that you're probably not the author of that, but I was just looking, are there any kind of physical sort of mitigation works that are being done to address any of the concerns in terms of impacts onto, say, the littoral zone or microinvertebrates? Is there anything within the proposed conditions in terms of relating to mitigation that's included?
Not included, but it will be very much managed through the conditions on the water regime. I would imagine, things like the pumps, the stop pumping and levels and the rate of change, but someone else might be able to.
Sorry, if I can assist on that point.
Yeah.
The conclusions in the environmental impact assessment were that there wouldn't be a significant effect on the environment from those impacts, and therefore no additional mitigation is proposed.
Okay, that's fine. That clarifies the point. Just turning to bug life then, was there any sort of points of mitigation that you thought should or would have been included within the proposal to address any of the concerns?
Thank you, sir. I don't see any mitigation for the loss of littoral invertebrates. There's the cost woody material is fine as a mitigation, as compensation for species that occur in those lochs that it's going to be applied to, but that's not where the effect's going to be. I also don't agree that monitoring is mitigation. You can monitor all you want, but if you don't do anything with it, then it's not mitigation.
Okay, that's helped me clarify. I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't being anything missed, or there was something that could be imposed that would address any of the concerns. But I think it's clear that there's no significant residual effects, and your concern is that there's no mitigation, even if there were, to address sort of any points. Okay. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I think we'll come to it later, but we contest the assessment that there's no significant effect. As far as the Ness Fishery Board are concerned, the loss of invertebrates on the shoreline of Loch Ness cannot be mitigated. It occurs on a huge scale and it's a permanent effect.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, the last item under this is Habitat Management Plan, and I think we've probably actually answered that question by my question about mitigation. But in terms of the Habitat Management Plan, is there any elements of that that relate to aquatic ecology within Loch Ness?
Not within Loch Ness, no, just the coarse woody debris that's proposed.
Okay, thank you for that. I don't know whether Bug Life wants to make any comment on that. Just to clarify that there was nothing that I was missing that I should be taken into consideration. Oh, going back to the point that I did raise but wasn't answered, but I'll ask it more directly. In terms of the statement about an aquatic ecologist, I know that you've been looking and revising the conditions. Is it still the intention for that, and what role would that individual play in terms of the, I'm assuming, the construction phase, and would that then extend into the operational phase in terms of monitoring, etc.?
So I can refer ahead of the session this afternoon. It's in condition 12, the Construction Environmental Management Plan condition, paragraph 1A, Roman numeral 11, refers to the Kemp including a surface water quality monitoring programme which would be implemented by the principal contractor and overseen by an aquatic clerk of works or a suitably experienced ECOW, and that would ultimately be approved as part of the discharge of the Kemp by the planning authority in consultation with Nature Scot.
Okay, and is that the construction phase or through the operational phase?
The construction environmental management plan would be in the construction phase.
So there's no intention currently to have anybody in terms of aquatic ecologists involved in the monitoring of that. I'm not looking for a commitment, I'm just wondering whether it's been proposed or not.
Yes, in chapter 12 mitigation section, aquatic ecologist would be retained for the water quality monitoring programme during operation. Yep.
And that's monitoring through the operational stage, just for clarity, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, moving on to item 6, River Morriston Special Area of Conservation. I think I've got a pretty good understanding of the issues with that, and there was just a couple of points that I just wanted to clarify to make sure I understood where people's position would be. And I think the potential effects, I think I've got clarity on that now from reading the sort of the rebuttal statements, in terms of the applicant has made reference to the conditions proposed by Nature Scot, but I think your position is, and correct me if wrong, is that you don't think they're required, but your acceptance of them if you think I require them to be imposed. Is that the correct conclusion on that?
I think the only one that was queried outright was the noise impact report specifically for salmon. It was considered that that was already addressed through matters in the Construction Environmental Management Plan, but if you considered it was required, then the applicant accepts that position.
So you're committed to the mitigation measures proposed?
For the other conditions proposed by Nature Scot, yes.
Apart from the noise one, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, we can pick that up this afternoon in the noise condition. Looking at the impacts of water levels on freshwater pearl mussels, again to the applicant, what are your conclusions in terms of any adverse effects on the freshwater pearl mussels from the impact of water level changes? I understand from the evidence that there's sort of two parts to this. You've got a lower level part of the river and an upper level part of the river, and the mussels my understanding is, exist in the upper part, but are also sometimes found in the lower part from the evidence submitted by Nature Scott. So it was just to get what your conclusions were on that particular matter. And if not, you can rest on the evidence that you've submitted. If there's nobody here to comment on that, I'm happy enough with that.
I can speak to direct effects. So there was surveys done on the River Morston, and most of the pearl mussels were found above the waterfalls. Whilst in the Welsh, there were some found further downstream of the waterfalls. They weren't like a indication of like a sort of breeding population. So our conclusion was that the ones that were downstream had kind of just been swept downstream from the sort of healthy population above the falls. And Nature Scott have agreed with that conclusion. So in terms of direct impacts, we've concluded that there wouldn't be any significant effects on the pearl mussel population, because the fluctuations would only affect the lower level, and the sort of breeding population is higher further upstream.
Okay, that's helpful. That was my understanding of it. I just wanted to make sure I understood that the river, there was two elements to that. And with the waterfall element, then obviously the fluctuation would affect the lower part, but not the upper part.
Yes.
And that's the conclusion. Buglift, is there any comments you want to make on that particular matter?
Yes, thanks, sir. Just to say that it's not just the water level impacts directly on the pearl mussels that's an issue, it's on their host fish, which is salmon.
I think the relationship between the smolts and the pearl mussels is all set out, and I understood all of that, but I just wanted to make sure I understood that there was two parts to the river, and the mussels were different potentially in those two different parts, but the relationship of the smolts and the pearl mussel and everything is in evidence, and I understand sort of what the issues are in relation to if you reduce the smolt population, then you're yes.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, our opinion on the mussel population in the lower part of the river, you're talking here about the estuary of the River Morston, is probably a bit different. There's been known that there's mussels there for a long time. There are mussels present on the shore of the loch. And I would just highlight that as a knowledge gap. There's a big knowledge gap about the distribution of freshwater pearl mussels in the loch. I also know, I have seen them myself, that there are pearl mussels in other estuaries around Loch Ness. I shouldn't name those particular locations here.
Well, I think I'll go on the basis of the evidence that's been submitted before me. Local knowledge is something else, and that's maybe for something to raise with Nature Scott or whoever. But in terms of what I've got to consider, it's the evidence that's before me. Okay, let's move on to the EIA report. And there were some questions, I think, that come out of the Bug Life's hearing statement that I just wanted to pick through. So I think we did touch on this, but I'll just ask it now. At section 6 of Bug Life's hearing statement, that's page 7, and in the following paragraphs, it's contended that insufficient sampling efforts have been undertaken in relation to the time and number and extent. Really looking at the applicant to respond to these concerns. Now, from the earlier responses I had, I'm assuming because you made certain assumptions in relationship to the fluctuations in the water level, then that informed your approach to how you were doing. That was my understanding at that point. Is there anything within the context of this that you want to add to that?
No, and I think Mr. Troop earlier accepted that there were inadequacies in the timing and extent of the investigation. I think where we differ with Mr. McAdam is whether that means there was no investigation at all, or whether it was an investigation with inadequacies. But insofar as there are a couple of specific points in Mr. McAdam's section 6 that we have responded to in our rebuttal report, and so our response is contained in the rebuttal report.
Nope, that's fine. Mr. McAdam, do you want to add anything to that? Okay.
Got a feeling Ms Ray does.
Yeah, just a quick point, just to say, well, I think, you know, we're not, we agree that possibly there's been some suboptimal survey work, but the work that was done was what was proposed in our scoping report, that supported our request for a scoping opinion, and that was not challenged in the formal scoping opinion by anyone. And actually we did more because we didn't propose any samples in Loch Ness, and we did do some, although I appreciate not to the extent that Buglife would have liked us to.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, we may have touched on this other one as well, because the profundal zone, that's the issue with the effects on microvertebrates in the deeper water, which was partly to do with sediment. We'd looked at sort of the plume concept. Is there anything else that you want to raise, or do you feel we've covered that particular point?
I'm happy with how we've covered it so far. Yeah.
Okay. Do the applicants wish to add anything to that?
No, we've responded to that.
Yeah. We've kind of answered my questions before we got to my questions, so that's always helpful. Just looking at the non-native species aspect between, I think this must be the sort of translocation between Loch Kemp and Loch Ness, and the issue of sort of non-native species from one water body to the other. Mr McCammon, do you want to just outline what the concerns are with regards to that? Then I'll come back to the applicant to see how these could be potentially addressed.
Yes, thank you. My concern is that there are a number of non-native species in Loch Ness that have been there for some time. There is a shrimp species, a snail species and a flatworm species of invertebrate. There's also a water weed as well, water plant. My concern is that these could be transferred out of Loch Ness by the pumping operations into Loch Kemp, which would introduce them to somewhere that they aren't already present, which would be contrary to the Wildlife and Natural Environment Act provisions on invasive non-native species.
Okay, that was my understanding of your position. Having looked at it, this is where the crossover between SEPA's sort of regulatory role and looking at sort of post-development will be in terms of the sort of water sort of quality issues of one water body to another. And my understanding is that control and assessment would fall under the car licence, but I'll let the applicants respond to see what their understanding would be for that particular matter.
Ask Mr. Troop. My understanding is correct, but I'll ask Mr. Troop whether he wishes to add anything to it.
No, we don't want to add anything to that, but we've undertaken during the construction period to make sure that we don't actively make any translocation by transferring equipment or anything else between the two water bodies. And to the extent this might happen during the operational stage, it's a relatively closed ecological system once we started inundating Kemp anyway, so it can't, if there is an invasion of anything, it can't really get out of Kemp, and it will just, and of course there are conduits between Kemp and Loch Ness already, although I accept they are steep and it's unlikely they would get all the way up into Kemp at the moment. But it's a relatively closed ecological system, so I think that's the view. We'd also, it wasn't scoped in, it wasn't required to be scoped in at the time, so yeah, that's our position.
Well, I suppose that may well be because it falls under the car licence and regime in terms of that rather than the EIA sort of regulations. Is there any other point you wish to... I understand the concern raised and the applicants have kind of responded. Is there anything else you wish to raise? The applicants wish to make any point? No? Okay. I think we've probably picked up the proposed mitigation by response from the applicants. But in terms of potential mitigation measures that haven't been considered, are there any... I think Mr McCammon, you've already said that you don't think there are any. Are there any from the board that you think should have been considered but haven't been?
Thank you, if I may. The board's firmly held view is that this development is going to have a harmful, this should be quite clear from our evidence, we think it's going to have a harmful effect on the salmon population of the River Ness. And no mitigation has been proposed for that at all. You know, that consists of harm arising from the impact on the shoreline ecology, the confusing flows in the loch. Loch Ness will become a very hostile environment for smolt migration, is our conclusion. Yet no mitigation has been proposed to address that impact on the salmon population, which includes the SAC. Our position is that if the scheme was to be consented, mitigation would need to be brought into the scheme, not as a condition, but as a Section 75. And that mitigation could include things like the capital and operational cost for a fish conservation, like a gene bank hatchery to try and protect the salmon population of the Ness. Salmon and smolt trapping, and that would include tracking or boating salmon smolts as they enter Loch Ness, down through Loch Ness for release below Loch Ness. As I said, our view is Loch Ness will become an extremely hostile place for salmon smolt migration. And fish counting infrastructure on the River Ness and our Dockford Weir, there none exists. How are we going to monitor the impact on the Ness salmon population? And yeah, just to summarise, we think there's going to be a huge overall loss of biodiversity here, and yet for our interests, which are primarily the Atlantic salmon of the Ness population, no mitigation has been put forward. Thank you.
Okay, I think I understand that, and I think some of the issues are obviously wider in principle issues in the loch as a whole, so as well as in relation to the proposed development. I think we answered the last point I've got there about proposed planning conditions and car licence conditions earlier, and I think we're clear that there are two statutory processes that have to be go through, and most of the water sort of management and control will fall under SEPA's statutory regulations, but we've obviously considered and looked at the potential impacts of the proposed development on the water management aspects in terms of the EIA regulations. So I don't think there's anything else unless the applicant wishes to add anything to that. No. The parties. So are there any other matters that anybody wishes to raise before we close this current session? Community Council? Nope. The hand went up.
Yeah. Just a very quick one. Just to note that the board mentioned the NINA report that they had commissioned. It was just to bring to your attention that we have responded to that report, and that's document 223.
Okay, Mr. Kelly.
So we've not discussed it in detail, but just to reference it so you don't lose sight of it, sir, was the SEPA response written submission to you in December last year, which raised a number of issues in respect of multiple pump storage schemes all trying to operate on Loch Ness. I don't have anything to add to what they said, sir, just to remind you that that written submission is there.
I'm aware of that submission, but thank you for the reminder, Mr. Kelly. If there's no further remarks, that closes this current session and discussion, and the next session will be on planning conditions, and that will be after lunch. Now, proceedings were scheduled to start for 1:30 p.m, but I'm conscious that staff there and Community Council are down for that as well, so I think we'll have to start it at 1:30, which is a bit longer for lunch today. So that gives you a chance to, so it'll also give me a chance to read through the revised conditions, which may be of benefit in terms of the length of time we'll take this afternoon to go through the planning conditions. So we'll recommence at 1:30 p.m. to go through the proposed planning conditions, but at this point can I just thank everybody for their time and their evidence and their participation this morning, so thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. It's almost 1:30, so I think we'll commence with this afternoon's session. So, as I said, welcome and thank you for attending this afternoon. The matters for consideration are the proposed conditions in relation to the application for the Loch Kemp Storage Electricity Generation Station at Dell Lodge at Whitebridge. As most of you will know by now, my name is Gordon Reid. I'm the reporter appointed by Scottish Ministers to consider the pump and to report back to them. An agenda, a list of conditions and an agenda for today's hearing was issued on the 1st of April, which I hope you have received. You should have also received, hopefully, a list of updated conditions that the applicant circulated. Before we start, can I just make sure everybody has that up to date list or access to it? I'm seeing nods all around. That's very helpful. So this is an in-person session. It's being broadcast live. As with the previous sessions, by taking part today, you're consenting to being filmed and to the use and storage of those images and sound recordings and any information contained in them for webcasting and training purposes and for the purpose of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. Can I ask the parties just to introduce themselves, and we'll start with the applicant first of all.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is James Finlay, King's Counsel. I'm instructed by Patrick Munro from Burgess Salmon, who sits to my left. To his left sits Stephen Reid, Project Manager of Statera Energy, and to his left sits Andrew Troop, Development Director with Statera Energy.
Okay, thank you. And for the Council?
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Alistair Burnett, King's Counsel. I'm instructed by Eileen Gibbs of the Council's Legal Department, who's sitting on my right, assisted by Dr. Michael Cordis of the Council's Planning Department, sitting to my left.
Okay, thank you. And for the North Ness District Salmon Fishery Board, I've just realised your title is wrong on your notice, but we'll call you Ness District Salmon Fishery Board.
Thank you, sir. Our board for shorthand, as it was sworn. Ian Kelly, Planning Consultants Limited, representing the board. To my right is Mr. Brian Shaw, who will comment on some of the conditions. There's one preliminary point I'd like to make in due course, sir, which may help speed up proceedings. Okay,
I can pick it up before we start. And for Strathnairn Community Council?
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Maria Cogan from Strathnairn Community Council. To my right is Julie McRae and Rob Atkinson.
Okay, thank you. And for Stratherick and Foyers Community Council?
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Hindley. I'm the Chair of Stratherick and Foyers Community Council.
Thank you all for that. So the purpose for this afternoon's hearing session is for me to examine the matters raised in relation to the list of proposed conditions. However, it's not my intention to go over ground that is agreed or where I consider that further information is not required for me to prepare my report. The session, as with the previous ones, will be structured discussion that I will lead based on the headings in the agenda. I'll not allow any formal presentation of cases or cross-examination. I shall lead the discussion by starting off each agenda item by directing a question at one of the parties. After that, I'll invite any other party to comment in turn. If you have comments or questions as the discussion progresses, please make sure that these go through me and let each party finish their point. Again, I'll leave it up to the main spokesperson to decide who answers the questions for their team, and the spokesperson may wish to add some concluding remarks on certain points. Again, if you can remember to switch off your microphone if you're not speaking, and make sure any mobile phones are turned off. When I consider that I've had the information I need to write up my report, I will move on to the next item. Don't feel obliged to comment if you're only repeating what's already been submitted or said in the written material or oral evidence given today. All that you tell me today is evidence that may need to be included in my report, and you will see me take notes. I expect that the matters set out in the agenda will be dealt with during the course of this afternoon. You will see from the agenda that I intend to consider the Section 36 conditions first, then the deemed planning consent conditions, those conditions that have been indicated as deleted, and finally 2 additional conditions that have been included in the table. I intend to use the table of conditions as submitted, and I'll work through these basically in order of those conditions that I wish to have further discussion about. So if you've got that table to hand, that would be very useful in following progress as we work through the agenda. So before I turn to item 2 on the agenda, we know that I have one procedural question first, so Mr. Kelly first.
Thank you, sir. In line with just what you've just said, it may help matters to go more quickly this afternoon. I've looked over the revised set of conditions at lunchtime. A considerable number of the responses from the applicants oppose the board being a consultee, a named consultee in conditions. The reason why we wanted to be a consultee in conditions is set out in the written submission I made, and I don't think it would help you at all, sir, for me to repeat that every time there's an objection to the board being a consultee. So we will just rest with our evidence and not comment on that at each individual condition.
Okay, that's very helpful, Mr. Kelly, and that was going to be my first matter to address as we work through the conditions, so that's preempted that point, so thank you for that. Does anybody else have any comments before we progress through the agenda? The applicant? No. The council? Community councils? Okay, so we will firstly look at the section 36 conditions, and these are conditions 1, 2, 3 and 4. Where I have no areas of dispute are conditions 1, 3 and 4, and whilst I say there's no dispute, that doesn't necessarily mean that I've accepted the position of parties on that. That just means there's no dispute between primarily the council and the applicant. I may have my own views. If I feel I need further information, I'll ask. By not asking it doesn't mean that I necessarily agree it, just so that it's clear that by not discussing it, that it has been accepted as is. So just with that as a precursor to things, just so everybody understands the process. So I'm content that conditions 1, 3 and 4 have sufficient information for me to take them forward. Does any party have any comment on that? Okay, in terms of where there's some dispute, condition 2 of the section 36 conditions, and this also relates to condition 5 of the deemed planning. I think it's the same point from the board. So, Mr. Kelly, do you wish to make any further point on that?
Yes, I'll just briefly, as you heard this morning, there's likely to be emerging and improved scientific knowledge about the effects of pump storage on the board's statutory interests in the coming years. We also expect to see some guidance from SEPA having regard to that state of knowledge evolving. We suggested a standard period of 3 years to allow for a review, but beyond that, happy to leave it with you, sir.
Okay, I note the reason for that. Does the applicant wish to make any comment?
No, nothing further, sir. You've got our submissions at 7 years is the more appropriate period for this form of development and has other relevant precedent in pumped hydro schemes.
Okay, thank you for that. Does anybody else have any comment on that matter? Okay, thank you. So under item 5, which we are now on, that's the deemed planning permission conditions, where between the council and the applicant there are no areas of dispute. The conditions where that falls on are listed in the agenda that run from 6 through to 57, but clearly it's not numerical order, it's just those that are listed there. I feel that I have sufficient information on what's been submitted to consider the wording of these conditions. Is there anything in there that anybody wishes to make a comment on? Mr. Hindley.
Relating to condition 57, the community liaison group, given...
Sorry, Mr. I just missed the condition number there.
57.
57.
57, the community liaison group, given the high level of large-scale energy schemes that this community is experiencing, We held a meeting with Kate Forbes on the 4th of April 2024, and at that it was suggested and agreed by those present, which included representatives of SATRA and other large energy providers, that rather than each project having its own community liaison group, there would be a single community liaison group that projects would then join and leave as became appropriate. It's completely unsustainable for a community of 800 people, which is what we are, to have 6 concurrent but separate community liaison groups running.
So are the community liaison group you're referring to, does that combine different community councils, different groups, or is it just the one?
So at the moment, the only project that's in construction is Aberarder, and so at the moment, both Stratherick and Strathnairn community councils are sitting on that community liaison group together with the developer SSEN, and the suggestion would be that the next project that starts commences development will then join that group and contribute to it, and presumably Aberarder will then fall out at the point at which their construction is complete.
So what you're looking for is, rather than separate groups for each one, that each project links back to the established community liaison group.
That's correct. As I say, with a community population of some 800 people, we couldn't possibly manage to find people to attend 5 or 6 concurrent simultaneous liaison groups.
Okay, I'll ask for views around the table. Obviously there's how that's worded or organised, but in terms of the principle of that, just from the applicant's position?
I don't think the applicant has any difficulty in principle with that. I think the wording of the condition is restricted to what is within the applicant's power to control as part of a condition to discharge for this development, but the detail of how that group is set up and joining it with other relevant developers in the area, I would expect is something that could be discussed as part of the discharge of that condition.
Okay, and the council, do you have a view on sort of?
Sorry, nothing further to add to that.
Okay, I think I can understand your position that you have the one group, and that seems to make sense. I guess different developments that may cover different geographies may include other groups, but it might be helpful if the applicant could just look at the wording of the condition that refers to the established group or something of that nature, and if you can have that sort of offline conversation with the community council to see if there's wording that can be acceptable and the council are accepting to that, then that may address that issue. Is that appropriate for the applicants to do that for their work?
Absolutely, sir. That's absolutely fine.
You refer to geographical constraints. These sort of 4 or 5 large energy schemes that we're talking about are all within, just exclusively within Stratherick and Foyers and Strathnairn's community council areas. So it really is very local to this area.
Okay, Mr. Finlay, I think you were away to come in.
Just to reiterate the point that Mr. Munro has made, that because the condition is drafted that there'll be no commencement of development, the applicant doesn't want to hazard their ability to start their development on the non-cooperation of other people. So with that in mind, we will seek to draft a condition that gives effect to what Stratherick Community Council wish, because the logic behind that is obvious. But subject to that point I've made about the precise wording and enforcement of the condition.
I think that's why I threw it to yourselves, to make sure that the balance struck between the community council's sort of requirement to have that focus and the wording of it. So if that can be done in conjunction with yourselves and the council are happy with that, then that may well resolve that issue. Are both community councils happy with that approach? Yes? Is there anything else on those list of conditions under item 5? If not, we'll move on to item 6. And my first point on that was to ask Mr Kelly in relation to conditions 7, 10, 12, 13, 29, 34, 37, 46, 54 and 55 about the consultation with it, but he's already covered that point, so he saved me sort of doing that. So we'll look to move on to the condition 5. That point's also been covered above when we looked at both the section 36 condition, and it's a similar, unless Mr Kelly wants to make a different point to that one.
No, sir, nothing to add. It's the same point as before.
Okay, thank you for that. So if everybody's got the table before them, you'll have to excuse me because I'm working off this that I received today, so I've just got it on my laptop. I don't have a paper copy of the document, so I'm working between two hands on two mice, so that might end up being a bit of a constraint for myself. But looking at, first of all, condition 7. So this is to cover site investigation works, and I think the board, it's okay, I've got it here, so thank you for that. Yes, I think turning to the board first, we've covered the consultation sort of aspect to it, but you make reference here to impact on statutory duties, and it's really just a bit of clarification of where you think that might occur as a result of the wording of the condition.
The issue is principally around the potential for any pollution affecting any pollution affecting the smolts, or any change to flows coming from site investigation works. At the moment, we don't know the detail of the site investigation works, and in reality the risk might be quite low, but we felt it appropriate to suggest that the board be a consultee. But as I said earlier, sir, beyond what's set out in our written submission, I'm happy to leave the consultee point with you.
Okay, so the statutory duty bit is related back to the consultee being being consulted, sorry, within that. Okay, it was just so I understood that it wasn't a separate issue, but it's the same one. That's okay. And the only other point I had there was just to confirm with the council that it was happy with the reinstated timescale, which I think is of 1 month.
Yes, there we are.
Okay. Any other questions on? If you've got any questions on it, just raise your hand and make sure so I'm aware. So looking at condition 8, to the applicant, there is a reference to there's reference by SEPA to a spoil management plan in their request for conditions in their correspondence. And this was a direct response, I think, in their letter from the 23rd of December 2024. While there's reference in there to this site investigation works, I can't see any place where reference to a spoil management plan is included, whether it's in this condition or whether it's in another condition. Can you just advise me of whether that's been excluded or whether it's been omitted or included in another condition? I'll give you time to have a look through because there are a lot of conditions, but I did do a quick word search and I couldn't find any reference to it anyplace else. I'm just wondering whether it's in a different form of words.
Yeah, so I think actually when this condition appears to have been updated, the references outlined spoil management plan has been omitted. So it's
if it's been just omitted in error, then
yeah,
if you wish to include it in the rewording, then obviously you can do.
I think the way that it's been redrafted is to describe it rather than name it. So it's set out a detailed scheme of all excavated material works, including the manner in which the material is to be used, and a justification for the needs of the work shall be submitted prior to commencement of development. I think that should have referred to a spoil management plan, which is referenced within the schedule of mitigation that was submitted with the environmental impact assessment.
Okay, if you're happy to update that condition and include that, then that addresses my point for condition E. Looking at condition 9, just one quick question here again. It was just to see whether the council were happy with the timescale being reinstated at 1 month.
Yes, I'll be out again.
So condition 10, finalised design.
So Mr. Reid, just before you go on, have any comments about that? Strathclyde Employers Community Council agrees with SEPA's concern that is expressed in item 12 that it's possible that much of the project could be constructed as part of the site enabling works. It's unclear to us whether this needs to be addressed as part of condition 9 or whether it's to be correctly addressed in 12. I leave that to your judgment. I just want to make sure it's raised in time.
Okay, I note that point, and that will be one of my considerations. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so looking at condition 10, main point here, I see the borrow pits have been taken and included in the wording of the revised condition, that's fine. What I couldn't find was SEPA also looked for wording in reference to the water course crossings, and I think you've got that in italics in column 2. This also relates, I think, to condition 27, and condition 27 is proposed to be deleted on the grounds that the wording on water course crossings are included in condition 10, and again I don't see any place where that wording has been included in condition 10 that would then justify the deletion of condition 27.
Yes, so in the seventh bullet point in condition 10 under finalised design refers to the detail being submitted in relation to all roads, access tracks, water crossings designed following the proposals outlined in Environmental Impact Assessment Report Volume 4 Appendix 14.3. What it doesn't list there, which I think too, was it doesn't have the tail piece to that water course crossings, including all full details and plans of the design, specification of all new and upgraded water course crossings. Excuse me. There wouldn't be any difficulty with that being added in to that bullet point.
I think if I simply looked at it and thought you could just include that wording in the actual policy, then that addresses the matter, because unless you're disagreeing with SEPA's wording request, then it would seem easier just to have that wording included, and then that would satisfy that request by SEPA.
Yeah, no, certainly that can be added.
Okay, thank you for that. Moving on to condition 12. Oh, sorry.
We would like to just bring up one thing in relation to condition 10, because there's a proposed deleting of condition 52 later, or a discharge of it, and it's in connection to lighting, so we can either bring it up here or in 52.
I've got that down as a question under 52, so I will be certainly raising that, but thank you for drawing that to my attention. And if you just put your microphone on and ask for my attention in that, then that's fine. Mr. Finlay, were you about to say something, or did I just get distracted? Okay, so if there's nothing else on 10, we'll move on to 12. And that's the Construction Environmental Management Plan. Now, the applicant has changed, I think, condition 9 to address SEPA's comments, re the construction environment for each phase. I just wanted to check, was that in consultation with SEPA, or is that just in response to the request?
The additional wording that was added to condition 9 was at their request.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to double check that. Can I just check with the council whether you're happy with the deletion of item 13 and whether that's adequately covered in condition 19? And I think it's the applicant, is it 19C rather than 19D, but it's just the deletion in relation to the material being deposited on the road being deleted from that condition, and then I think that relates to condition 19.
Yes, I'll be.
So yes, you're happy enough with that, yeah. Just double checking, that's all right. So I'm using two mice here, so I'm a bit slower moving from one screen to the other, and I'm moving the wrong screen at the wrong time, so my apologies for that, but that's fine. And I think we covered this point this morning in relation to the aquatic clerk of works that we had sort of referred to, and that's been included within this policy. I think Mr. Munro had referenced me to that being in.
That's right. That's paragraph 1A, Roman numeral 11.
I can see that now. That's great. Thank you for that. And just finally to the applicant, I think Nature Scott in their comments of 6th of November referred to dust monitoring scheme and dust management plans and thresholds where this is covered in a condition. Is that covered in part A of this condition under Roman numeral 5?
Yeah, that's correct. That's the intention of the dust management scheme.
Oh, they obviously make reference to a dust management plan, and it might just be that you've got a scheme there, and is that more or less the same thing that you're referring to at that point?
Yes, it's the same intention. The scheme or plan wording is intended to achieve the same aim.
Okay, thank you for that. Moving on to condition 13. This is the construction and noise vibration management plan. Question that has been raised, I think, elsewhere. Does this condition address any potential impact on fish, or is that covered elsewhere in terms of noise and vibration? I think condition 47 refers to noise and vibration. Yes, sorry, 47 is noise impact report on salmon. And I think that's the one where it's been added in, but I think you disagree with it. It's maybe we can pick that up under that point, but I was just making sure it wasn't included and I had missed it under condition 12.
So I don't think it's included under provisions condition 13. The applicant considered that it would be captured within the habitats and species protection aspect of the construction environmental management plan, is where the fish specific condition would otherwise be covered.
So that's where that monitoring would take place in any disturbance in terms of noise and vibration.
Yeah, that's correct. The applicant considered that would sit within the construction environment management plan.
Okay, thank you for that. I thought you would want to come in at that point, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, sir. Just to say that the board has considered the suggested condition 47 and are content with the wording of condition 47 in respect of the noise impact on the salmon.
Sorry, I just missed that last point.
We're content with the provisions in condition 47 in terms of the noise impact on salmon.
Okay, thank you for that. And I think we now move on to condition 19. That's construction traffic management plan. There's some deletions from that I just wanted to pick up on. The applicant has obviously reworded that condition. Can the council confirm whether they're content with this redrafted condition? If not, what aspects are still in dispute?
Thank you, sir. No, there still are aspects in dispute of that. I'll get to them in sequence. So the first one is part A. We would seek to retain the original wording where it refers to local schools and drop-off and pick-up times.
Okay, so that's one part A, and the first deletion where it starts which would be unduly affected, where that's all been deleted.
Yes, that's what I'm referring to.
And that's a section that you consider should be maintained within the policy?
Yes, we would.
Okay, would the applicant want to come back just on why they've decided to take it out at this point?
Yeah, so there's a couple of other points I can make on the condition as a whole that have been taking instruction since the hearing yesterday. So limbs C and D that were previously deleted, so those relating to the appropriate steps to effectively coordinate traffic movements with other developments, the applicant considers that should be reinstated, as should limb D on the procedure for the regular monitoring of road conditions.
Sorry, I just wasn't quite picking up sort of what you said.
But
so
yeah.
Just going through them, so if you can just take me
Yes,
through
so
the condition
sorry,
of
the
what you
reason I
think should go back in again, one
Yeah.
at a time, so I've just understood it properly.
Yeah, so what was previously, or shows as a deletion of limb C, relating to the appropriate steps to effectively coordinate traffic movements, that should be reinstated. As should the one below it, which was the deleted out limb D, a procedure for regular monitoring of road conditions. The reason I mentioned that is that the applicant's position on the deleted text in limb A is that it's an unnecessary specification within that limb. The construction traffic management plan as a whole would be expected to reflect the detailed mitigation measures that are set out within the environmental impact assessment chapter, in particular at paragraph 16, stop 11, stop 1, and that sets out quite a range of traffic measures that would be implemented. The conclusions in the EIA was that there was no significant effects on the specific receptors that are named in A, and the applicant doesn't consider that they need to therefore be named in the condition itself, and that not all of the aspects need to be to that level of detail. The applicant's position is that the other limbs of that condition provide sufficient detail to inform what would go into the construction traffic management plan, ultimately to be approved by the planning authority.
Okay, the reason why I had it myself was obviously we talked yesterday about the concerns about school drop-off, etc., and the construction environment traffic management plan was referred to in evidence as being something that would address those concerns. So I think to see it sort of deleted out doesn't quite provide the necessary sort of direction that should be included, given it was a particular sort of concern. If there's a list that is in the EIA report that includes those matters, whether that's something that, rather than listing out 20 separate things in the condition, if there's an element of that that can be included that includes that, so there's reference to it, then that might be another way of looking at sort of wording the condition without specifying everything, and therefore potentially missing something, which I think is the part of the point you were sort of making. So I'm just wondering whether there's a way that would give confidence to the community that that would be included within that plan. Just before you answer, I'll just let Mr. Hindley come in.
Yes, certainly we would resist any attempt to remove the specific reference to school pick-up and drop-off times. As was mentioned at the transport session yesterday, even though that has been a condition for other projects, we've had very great difficulty in actually enforcing it because individual drivers ignore the supposed condition. The other aspect of this that we would take exception to is the very initial wording, because it the deletion of no development shall commence means that site investigation and site enabling works can take place without the construction traffic management plan in place. And if you look at the appendix at the back, the site enabling works include construction of all of the internal tracks, the camp, the workers' camp, and the installation of all services. So there will be significant HGV traffic generated by that, and it's unacceptable that there wouldn't be a construction management plan in place for that activity.
Okay, thank you for that point. We'll pick that one up and then we'll come back so that we can pick one up at a time. Mr. Munro?
So the way that the wording is phrased at the moment is avoiding any movement of commercial vehicles during drop-off and pick-up times of the local schools, and in practical terms that is likely to be unworkable to have complete restriction during those hours. The measures that are proposed as mitigation within the chapter do set out a range of other aspects of how it would be of mitigations in relation to school drop-off times, including limits on traffic speeds. But I think the condition as it's framed currently under Lim A isn't necessary to mitigate the impacts. It is recognised that there was a discussion of sensitivities around that, but it's not necessary to completely restrict all movements during those times. And from a practical perspective, that would have a knock-on impact on the delivery of the development.
Okay, what would be helpful is to maybe have a look at the wording of that and whether there's an alternative that strikes a balance to make sure that there's recognition of that And if you can prepare that, then at least I can consider that revised wording there. So that's that point. Mr. Hindley's point in relation to you have the prior to commencement of development as opposed to no development, and I'll maybe ask the council to come in on that, of their interpretation of what that means once you've answered. So Mr. Munro, if you would like to address that first.
Apologies, yes. The specific mitigations in relation to site enabling works are intended to be secured under condition 9. So Limb A requires a timetable and phasing for those works, and Limb B requires any mitigation measures proposed in respect of the site enabling works to be included within a plan approved by the planning authority.
So are you saying that no works will start on site before the management plan is in place? Because I think that's the point that's being made, that the enabling works might generate a significant amount of traffic, and if that's defined as being prior to commencement of development, then I think that's the concern that the Community Council have.
Yeah, so it would be effectively a phased approach to it. Any control of traffic that was required as part of the site enabling works, together with any other mitigations in respect of the works and phasing proposed, would be included within the scheme submitted as part of condition 9. And then in relation to the main works, as defined as the commencement of development otherwise, in the definitions section, that would be controlled through the construction traffic management plan.
Okay. Would the council like to comment?
Can I?
Before the council comments, I think Mr. Findlay would like to clarify something.
Yes, it may assist if you have condition 9 in front of you, you could add a sub-paragraph E to ensure that traffic management is one factor that's included there, and that will make it clear that no the scheme has to include traffic management for site enabling works.
So that's a qualification in specific in relation to the site enabling works to ensure that's the case. Okay, we'll hold that point there. And can the council, do you have any comments on what Mr. Findlay's proposing, because he's taken it forward slightly?
We were going to make a point before Mr. Findlay came in there that on condition 44, which relates to the nesting bird surveys, the applicant has made a distinction between the enabling works and the commencement of development, so something similar could be appended onto the wording of condition 19, sorry, in this case, or maybe just discuss about Mr. Findlay's particular amendment if you give it a few moments.
Okay, Mr. Hindley.
Yes, we would agree with the point the council's made. We were planning to make exactly the same point in relation to several other of the conditions which have been reworded to only be triggered when the main development begins, and therefore significant parts of the development could be constructed without any suitable constraints or checks.
Okay, does the applicant want to make any further comment on that?
No, sir.
Okay, so I'll finish this bit and I'll come back. So what you're proposing is to amend condition 9 to include the provision for the same that would be under the construction traffic management plan, to make sure that plans are in place before site enabling works commence. Is that what you're looking at?
Yeah, that's correct. It's an additional limb in condition 9 that would deal with traffic mitigation.
Okay, if you can add that into the update to the conditions, then I can review and consider that as a potential option. And at long last, start then Community Council, we go to raise your point.
Thank you. This is in relation to the first point. We would ask that there's a reversal of the words any affected local community councils, simply because as receptors, the designation is deemed as insignificant. Second point, at point F, ensure that...
Sorry, can you just give me a chance, because I'm want to look at it. So what element of the condition 12 we're on?
So at point 1,
Sorry, my apologies. Not
19.
Sorry, 19.
Point 1.
My mouse is, there we go. Okay. Where the words have been taken out.
Yes.
And any affected local community councils. And your point is that you would wish that reinstated?
Yeah, correct.
Applicant, do you have any views on that? Why it's been taken out?
The applicant doesn't consider it's necessary for the planning authority to have the community councils as a named consultee in the discharge of the construction traffic management plan, and wouldn't consider that to be ordinary practice. The applicant considers that that engagement is adequately controlled through the community liaison. Yeah, ultimately there's no restriction on the planning authority being able to consult with other parties, and it's a matter for them if they wish to consult the community councils.
Okay, thank you for that. The council, have you any views on that, or just confirm that you can consult with whoever you wish in discharging the condition?
Yes, we wouldn't have issue with it being specific named community councils in that case.
But if they weren't specifically named, that wouldn't stop you consulting with them either. I think
no,
that's I'm just picking up the point that's been made here.
Yeah, sorry, no, I would not if we were not specifically.
Okay, thank you. Okay, do you have a further comment? Yep.
Yes, this may be semantics, but at point F in condition 19, ensure that effective access can be provided to all existing properties and businesses who are also reliant on roads, etc. What will effective access look like? It would be helpful to know in reality what that would look like at the planning stage.
So that's under F that's been deleted, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so there's 2 points. It's been deleted, but if it wasn't to be deleted, what you're looking for is an explanation of what ensure means.
Yes, what does effective access look like?
Okay, would the applicant like to advise on that?
The reason it's been deleted is that the applicant's not proposing any road closures and is not proposing any constraints on access and doesn't anticipate any through the assessment of the environmental impact assessment that's looked at the traffic routings. It wasn't considered necessary to have a LIN in that respect.
Okay, any other points on that particular condition?
As this is a traffic management plan, we see there's no reference to waterborne and canal traffic, and we thought this is an appropriate place to at least recognise that as the B851's inappropriate, maximum use should be made of canal traffic to minimise the use of the 851. I don't think this is the appropriate place to put that in as a condition.
Okay, does the applicant want to make any comment on that?
The applicant doesn't have any difficulty in principle with a reference to a canal management plan or details of canal movements being referenced. It was just taking instructions there. It may be something that sits better within condition 20 on abnormal loads. The applicant explained that its intention is that certain abnormal load movements would be moved by canal rather than sitting within the construction traffic management plan. But there's certainly not an in principle difficulty with adding reference of that to that effect.
Okay, if you could look at sort of wording one of those conditions to include something in relation to that, then that would allow me to consider that.
Sir.
Yes.
Just in relation to canal transportation and referring back to the discussion yesterday, the start of the use of the canal for normal loads has been basically floated, pardon the pun, as an idea, but the traffic impact assessment chapter of the EIA says that this has not been assessed. There's been no assessment of the use of the canal, and that could, for example, affect the board's interests, because differential level of water exchange between the Loch Ness and the canal through increased usage of the canal could result in increased salmon molt mortality. So whilst the principle is sound, the board would like to see a proper assessment that can then be commented on. The EIA at the moment says it's not been assessed.
The applicant like to respond to that?
It's not a matter that any party had requested be scoped into the environmental impact assessment. And I don't think it's a matter that would have been assessed as part of a traffic assessment, which necessarily looks at the impacts on the road network.
Okay, I think the Community Council wanted to come back just before Mr Kelly came in, so...
Yeah, the reference to abnormal loads on the canal traffic, we would like that to include ordinary HGV loads as well, to be considered as appropriate from the canal traffic. Not limited to abnormal loads.
Sorry, I'm not quite following the...
Well, the suggestion...
When you're talking about HGVs and canal traffic.
Yes, the applicants made reference to abnormal loads on the canal traffic. It should include ordinary HGVs, remove them from the road and put them on the canal, which is, as you say, there's been studies done to cover that.
Okay, I will leave the applicant to respond to that in any redrafting of the condition, but I'll take that point on board. I'm going to move on to condition 20, which is the abnormal loads. The applicant refers to making further deletions to the wording, and I just wondered whether the council have any concerns with regards to those further deletions.
Apologies, sir. No, nothing substantive to add to that one.
Sorry, I just didn't quite catch that.
Nothing to add to that one.
So you have no concerns with the rewording of it as it stands? Okay. Does anybody else have any comments on that policy? Okay, moving on to 21. That's looking at road mitigation works. And we did have quite a conversation about that yesterday. So there's obviously some disagreement there between the council and the applicant in terms of the inclusion of wording in relation to the study. Can the council just give me what their current position is with regards to the policy as worded?
I mean, it could be revised as suggested, but that would no doubt delay the problem, because it doesn't actually say what the section 48 is going to cover, and the council's attempt was to try and give some framework for that, with the bullet points being identified. The applicants obviously now in their offer identified other possible schemes and were clear yesterday in their submissions to you and to the locals that they accept that there's a need for a contribution here. If it is left like this, that would possibly leave the discussions and agreement for another day without any input from you. So it's a matter for you, sir, whether there should be some indication going back to the applicant's own offer and the bullet points that they've suggested for this, or if it's just a pure, there will be an agreement to be reached, does delay the discussions.
Okay, I think my looking at it is that the Section 40 agreement is an appropriate vehicle in which to discuss the off-site mitigation works to that. I don't think there's a debate about that being the appropriate vehicle to do that. By specifying everything in the condition, it commits to those bits where we haven't got certainty over the scheme between the parties at the moment, but there is agreement that works need to be done. If the condition as worded gives the authority, the scope to discuss and negotiate those, then that's that's one option that you can take, and if that's your position, then that's what I'll note as being the position. The applicant's obviously happy with the wording as is and isn't looking for any further changes to that. So I will just...
So if I can come in on that point, I think, as has just been highlighted by the Council, the condition is slightly vague at the moment on or rather vague on what the Section 48 agreement would cover. Rather than having deleted all of the schemes, you may recommend that the condition be reworded so that the second paragraph is reinstated saying this shall include the delivery of, and then specify the mitigation that you considered was necessary based on the discussion at the hearing yesterday.
That's certainly one option that I could look at, and I'll need to consider that. And that would require me to be certain about what the required improvement works are, and at the moment there's obviously a dispute between yourselves and the Council on that particular matter, but that's for me to mull over when I'm looking at the wording of the condition. I'll bring in Mr Hindley first and then Strathnairn after that. Mr Hindley.
Notwithstanding the fact that Stratherick and Foyers Community Council disputes the fact that mitigation is possible on the road network, if it's decided that between the applicant and the council that is what is going to happen, the wording of this condition should ensure that whatever mitigation is supposedly delivered is complete before any commencement of development takes place. Otherwise it is pointless because the HGV traffic from the development will be driving up and down the roads as they are at the moment before any work has actually before any improvement has taken place.
I'll come to you. I just want the applicant to just respond to that matter and what your current thinking is on the timing of these works.
As was put forward in the hearing yesterday, the applicant's proposal would be through a Section 48 agreement to agree a contribution to the council of a capital sum, who would then undertake the mitigation measures or the measures as roads authority, rather than the applicant company delivering them on the road network. And the timing of those payments and the undertaking of the works is something that we would expect to be detailed in the Section 48 agreement rather than specified through the condition.
So would that be something that you could in this condition say that should be included in the Section 48 agreement without the specifics, but the fact that that requires to be done so that it's actually specified within the current condition? Is there any issue with doing that?
The difficulty with that approach is that the way that the applicant had envisaged this, and that Section 48 agreements have been structured for other developments, is that the developer effectively discharges its requirement under this planning condition by making the capital payment. It's not then within the developer's control when the works are scheduled in the council's programme, and the developer doesn't want to be constrained on being able to progress aspects of the development if the council hasn't completed the necessary works.
I understand the benefits to the applicant of that approach. The issue there is, you know, if the council is capable of delivering the improvements, and if these improvements are required in order to mitigate and facilitate the development, I think that's the loop that we're in terms of, that's fine, you've discharged the condition, but it's actually the works themselves being carried out that require also to be in place. And I can understand that from your perspective, if you're relying on the council to do it, if the condition requires them to be in place beforehand and they don't do it, then that obviously means that you can't commence the development. So there's something in there that we need to consider the appropriate way that the condition is actually achievable in its full extent, and it's not just necessarily about the contribution itself. I think that's at least part of the point, Mr. Hindley.
Absolutely. I mean, there's no point in having supposed mitigation on the roads if the mitigation is constructed after the project itself is complete.
Okay, I'll bring in Strathnair and Community Council now.
Thank you, sir. Just to reiterate, we concur with everything that Staff Eric and Foyers have stated, and would also like to see the named schemes reinstated in the conditions. And it makes perfect sense, common sense to us, that all road users benefit from the mitigations being carried out in advance of any works.
And an idea might be to bring the community councils, even if they're not named as statutory consultees, in on both the construction traffic management plans and also the construction phase management plans, which can include the road upgrades.
Well, part of that may be the link that the liaison group has with the applicant, and whether that is the route that facilitates that, because I think that's the bit that you were mentioning earlier on about that connection, and that's again for the council who will be ultimately responsible for discharging the conditions to see how they approach that, but there's nothing that prohibits them doing that if that's what they decide to do, would be my understanding of it anyway. The council may wish to confirm or otherwise.
Yes, that's correct, sir. Apologies, would it be possible to revisit conditions 20 and 19, just to add a few points from our perspective?
If we are finished with this condition, is there any further things that anybody wishes to make with regards to this? Okay, so it's condition 19 and 20.
Yes, sir, that's correct, and apologies, I misplaced some of my notes.
Okay, let's start with condition 19 then.
Yes, we had some comments on part C, the deletion of part C. We would like to see that part retained in this instance. Excuse me.
I think the applicant said they were going to retain part C. Yes, so they've already said they were going to retain part C and retain part D.
Yes, apologies then.
And I think there was another part that you were looking to retain.
And no, sir, it was
No, the rest is going. That's that correct?
I'm happy for your recommendation to ministers, but yes, our position is that
that's not my recommendation at all, but that's what you're telling me. Okay.
About JKNL as well.
Okay, is there anything else on condition 19?
Yes, for parts J, K and L of that condition, it's just to put across that this information is required to allow the council to appraise the assumptions of a developer around the predicted traffic movements and the routing to and from the development site when they come forward with the construction traffic management plan. So it is the council's opinion that this should be retained.
So you're looking for J, K and L to be retained?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, anything else on that condition?
No.
Okay, so condition 20.
Yes, so for condition 20, our comments here really refer to the deletions which are tabled in terms of D, F, and parts 2, 3 and 4 as well.
So you're looking for those to be retained?
Yes, the justification for that is that this information is about justifying the adequacy of the road network, as was discussed at yesterday's session as well, to some degree, to physically accommodate and safely accommodate as well the construction, the vehicles associated with abnormal loads for construction. And we would suggest in that case, if you are minded, sir, to proceed with these deletions, that there is a condition, there is a wording included in the condition that should include the requirement to have secured the abnormal indivisible load permit authorisation prior to the movement of any such loads on the network.
Okay, does the applicant wish to make any comment on that? I've got your views why you took the wording out, but is there any comment you'd like to make back?
Can I just quickly go back to condition 19 on points J, K and L that were commented on, which is construction traffic management plan relating to the identification of quarries and suppliers and so on. The reason that was removed is that the applicant's traffic assessment already considers the worst case and looks at a single route for delivery. So it's considered unnecessary to identify any specific quarries or suppliers within the construction traffic management plan, because it would have no effect on the route that they're taking. And so it's considered unnecessary from that perspective. It would also potentially cause a commercial difficulty in practice, because suppliers could go out of business. A named supplier would then effectively have a stranglehold on the developer once they are named in that plan. That they have to be followed, and for that reason the developer considers it's unnecessary to include those provisions. Yeah, and unreasonable to do so.
Okay, I think I've got that. I think when we do the revised sort of list of conditions after this, then you can still set out where your areas of dispute are, and then I'll be clear on what the positions of parties are with that. Okay, right, let me think.
Can I add to that? Without actually identifying quarries and suppliers, you could indicate the direction of travel, so we know what's coming along these local roads, and you could still estimate your volume and type, etc. That would give them an indication of what to anticipate on the roads.
If you can include that in your response as well, then that point's covered off, then we can address it that way. Okay, I think we're on to condition 22, if I'm right. So the applicant has agreed to the inclusion of this condition with some minor amendments. Are the council happy with the wording of the condition, and if not, what particular aspect of it?
So similar to a previous condition, by defining commencement of development to exclude enabling works and the possibility of the enabling works being quite significant, this is another one where care should be taken and seek to reinstate the no development to commence, because the access to the site will appropriately be designed and agreed before any major traffic entered it. So it would seem more logical rather than having the enabling works into that site. So on a number of conditions, take care whether it's the defined term commencement of a development as opposed to development not to commence.
Okay, would the applicant like to respond to that point?
Yeah, that suggested amendment can be accepted, so they would be amended to prior to site enabling works or the commencement of development.
Just on that point as a whole, because I think there are several maybe places, if when you're looking to of the close of today, if there's a way to sort of cover those off that works for you and allows for that to be the principle for all these elements that relate to site enabling works, and we just have a standard wording for that, then if you can look at that in discussion with the council, then that would address that sort of thread through all these different conditions, rather than us looking at each separate one unless we have to. That would address the principle of it. So if there's a wording that can be done to ensure that that the site enabling works, which in this case are substantial, would be covered off from the, that's almost the start of the whole sort of development process, rather than necessarily the physical construction works relating to the actual works themselves. So I will leave that with you to have a word, and I'm happy for another round of discussion between the parties once we finish to tidy up the conditions as far as we can, so that I've got a clear view of where any remaining disputes between yourselves are, and the community councillors can feed into, and obviously the board can feed into that, and we'll just get that done. I'll set a timescale for that once we've closed. Okay, are the applicants happy with that approach?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think that will help today because it will speed the process up, or we might be here for more time than anybody perhaps wishes, but that will at least give you the opportunity to do that. Nothing else on condition 22, that's your main point?
No, nothing else in condition 2.
Okay, thank you. Condition 27, this relates back to, I think, my earlier point about the wording in condition 10, and that wording is now to be included in condition 10, so that addresses my concerns with that particular condition 27. So moving on to condition 29, this is the stop generating level. SEPA have indicated they're content with this change, which is helpful for me in that I've just got to make sure that my conditions aren't curtailing SEPA's conditions in terms of the car licence, but they've agreed that, and that deals with that particular aspect of it. But I think the board had some concerns, or is it just the same consultee issue?
There's 2 points. So there's the consultee issue, and then there's the point I mentioned at the end of this morning, and that is the SEPA's December 2025 response. Maybe Mr. Shaw has some technical comment on this, but reading that, it was unclear to me whether SEPA would be able to set individual stop generating levels absent an integrated management scheme for the different pump storage proposals on Loch Ness. And that, as I say, it was simply unclear as to whether they could set individual levels or not.
Unclear. I don't know if the applicant can enlighten us on any discussions that they've had with regard to that matter.
SEPA will set individual levels through the car licensing regime as part of their determination of that application.
Okay, and I'm assuming that that's when they would make their assessment of the different schemes in combination, but that's sort of out with my particular scope sort of for today. Okay, so moving on to condition 33. This was a dispute between the council and the applicant with regards to public art. I don't know whether there's any need for any further comment, or you just have opposing views on that. I'll start with the council.
Following further discussions with the applicant, the council is happy that that condition can be removed.
Okay, so just to confirm that that condition can be deleted. Okay. Condition 34 is my next one. Oh, I don't think I've got anything like that, because I think that was just to do with the board's consultation sort of role, and I don't think you had any other points apart from that, is that correct? And I don't think anybody else raised any sort of issues with that. So moving on to 37, the Habitat Management Plan. On my copy I can see that that's now been highlighted in yellow, which I worked out eventually that's now agreed between the council and the applicant. I just confirmed that the council are now happy with the wording of that policy condition.
Yes, I'll be happy with the rewording.
Okay, Mr Hindley.
Just to highlight, this is another commencement of development trigger that we think should be before any development commences, as was item condition 32 that we skipped over on the way through.
Yep, as I say, I'm looking for the applicant and the council to pick that up to see where it's appropriate to have that wording amended to include that. And the board?
Yeah, thank you, sir. Our concerns here relate to the discussions we had this morning about long-term water temperature monitoring. The applicant alluded to the fact that they had some temperature monitoring underway. We would like to see that included as part of as an element of the habitat management plan.
The applicant like to sort of comment on what role they see that being.
The applicant doesn't have a difficulty with including that somewhere. We'd be grateful if we could consider whether the habitat management plan condition is the correct location for that, or whether it better sits within one of the other conditions, but it's perhaps a point that we can engage with the Ness District Salmon Fishery Board on and come back to you in our update.
I think wherever they consider it's the appropriate place to be, then as long as it's in there someplace, I'm sure the board...
That's fine, yes, that's it, sir.
Yes, I've got a question here that the council are now happy with it, but I'm just going to, just for my own clarification, the applicant, I think, referred to this may have been amended out because you've agreed it, but I think you mentioned to a minor change in the timescale for compensation enhancement measures to be managed. So I wasn't quite sure what that meant.
I think so. The change was to specify that it would be for the operational lifetime of the development, because that's the time when the condition would effectively be in effect in controlling this development. So it's not specified by reference to a number of years, it was specified by reference to the development operation itself.
And finally, with this condition, I think I had something under part 7. Yeah, I think that this is included here to remove the sorry, just bear with me a second while yes, you're proposing to delete policy 40, which is the biodiversity enhancement and management plan, and in this condition under 7 you've got the habitat management plan shall include biodiversity enhancement measures. It's just a pedantic point looking at sort of the biodiversity enhancement and management plan, and is that what is to be kind of produced and included under part 7 rather than just say measures? It's just the point, a bit like the spoil management plan. Is this really a biodiversity enhancement management plan that will contain those specific measures?
Yes, so I think the intention was, rather than have one document that's badged the habitat management plan that is concerned with the reinstatement and enhancement of a range of different habitats, and then have a separate document titled the biodiversity enhancement plan, which may have overlap between them. It seemed like it made more sense to wrap all of that within one control document, the Habitat Management Plan, that controls all of those aspects. So the Habitat Management Plan would deliver the compensatory measures specific, in this case, to the SAC, but it would also be the mechanism through which other biodiversity enhancements were delivered.
Okay, and normally I would look to have that kind of related to sort of the measures that have been identified in the chapter of the EIA sort of report or cross-reference to that, and normally the wording of a separate plan would have that in it. So if you could have a look at, so that we actually know what the measures relate back to, that would then help to assess what they actually are and what you've proposed. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so that makes sense. We can refer back to one of the EIA documents as the relevant control there.
Okay, I think that was the main points I had on that. Does anybody else have any other points on that condition? Okay. So, moving on to another point of clarification under 42, the original 42 condition, species protection plans. It's been agreed to delete that, and that has been subsumed, I think, into condition 12.
Yeah, that's correct, sir.
Okay, now the board have made a comment on that, so I don't know whether you want to. I think you made a reference to salmon being included within species protection plan.
Happy if that's included in condition 12 rather than being a separate condition.
Well, I'm just going to clarify then, this is the second part of the question. In terms of the species protection plan as proposed, does that intend to cover Atlantic salmon, I'm assuming, is what the board are referring to?
So, condition 12, paragraph 1A, Roman numeral 1, is the limb that relates to habitats and species protection, and the paragraph up from that, A, to which it relates, specifies that the construction environmental management plan shall include an updated schedule of mitigation, and so that will capture all of those proposed mitigations that are within the EIA as updated that relate to species protection. So any that related to salmon would be captured within the Kemp.
So the answer is yes. Salmon will be included in that species
protection plan. Yeah, that's a long explanation of yes. Yeah.
I heard it all. I just wanted to confirm that does that cover the point?
If salmon are included in, that's fine. There's no need for the additional condition.
Okay, thank you for that. Moving on to the biodiversity security plan. Again, the board have raised an issue about Scottish Invasive Species Initiative. Is there anything you want to add to that, or just to be taken as submitted?
If you take it as submitted, please, sir.
Okay, and the applicant has made it sort of their position clear. Have you anything to add to that?
No, sir.
Thank you. So moving on to 44, this is another yellow one, so I'm assuming this has now been agreed with the council.
Sorry.
I was just going to check the council that they've been agreed with us. You're happy with the wording of that as is now?
Yes, I'll be happy with that wording.
Okay, thank you. Mr Hindley?
Just a note that the breeding season in relation to the specific birds present at the site is too limited. Specifically, golden eagles commence nesting during February, and they need to be protected. We're also concerned that the protection for Schedule 1 birds that are present in the site, particularly in relation to the nature stock guidance, is inadequate. There was an earlier draft which specifically referenced the nature stock guidance. but even that was inadequate because it didn't recognise that those Nature-Scott guidance buffer zones only are relevant to a single pedestrian, and obviously this development is far more intensive than that. So we'd like to see something that gives due protection to these species. An example was the conditions for the recent Fenelon application. I know it was refused, but the conditions for that included a golden eagle buffer zone of 2.5 kilometres.
Okay, have the applicant any sort of comment on that specific sort of wording and that kind of wider issue of sort of a wider breeding season in relation to species?
Sir, I don't think I have anything specifically to add at the moment. The EIA identifies these periods as the sensitive periods, and it's been put forward in the condition as the relevant control. The applicant's position is that the condition is adequate as it's drafted.
So you consider it's adequate in that March to August is appropriate?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and in terms of the reference to the Nature-Scott guidance, is there any reason why that wouldn't be included in the condition?
So I'm not sure that the reference to the Nature-Scott guidance is necessarily required within that condition. The condition itself is one that was proposed by the council, the wording, and the applicant is content with. Ultimately, any of these activities related to the site enabling works and commencement of development would also be overseen by an environmental clerk of works who would ensure that they were undertaken in accordance with the appropriate guidance that was in place at that time.
Okay, thank you. And the council are okay with that timescale of March to August, inclusive?
Yes, I will.
Okay, thank you for that. At least I've got parties' positions on that. Okay, we're now on to condition 45. That's the Smolt mitigation and fish monitoring plan. The council had some concerns with that. Can you just sort of update what your current position is with regards to this particular policy?
We were seeking to retain the original wording in that, so I believe it's one of these instances where it's there's no commencement of development or yeah.
When you make reference to the original wording, is that the wording that was provided by Nature-Scott in their response?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, so it's the changes to that wording that you have contention with?
Yes, that was it.
So you're happy with the Nature-Scott wording as was submitted?
Yes, we are.
Okay, thank you. The applicant want to comment on that, of the reasons for changing sort of the original wording as submitted?
Yes, so I think the Nature-Scott response is, and their mitigations that they propose are in document 9.1 at page 10. Nature-Scott don't actually specify a timing control within their request for mitigation. They just require that the development be carried out in accordance with that proposed mitigation. The rationale for the timing being at least 1 year prior to the date of first commissioning is that the impact that's being guarded against here in respect of Smolt doesn't occur, or there's no potential for it to occur until the development comes into operation. As we discussed this morning, the Ness District Salmon Fisheries Board had proposed a period of at least 6 months prior to it. The applicant considered that and actually considered that 1 year was the more appropriate period for that, recognising that there's a number of parties that need to be discussed with.
Okay, would the board like to make any comment about that increase in timescale that you've added in a year rather than 6 months, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yes, thank you. Happy with the 1 year. I've got 3 other points, if I may. It's not clear to me, the applicant hasn't objected to the inclusion of NDSFB, I noticed, but I'm not sure if that means we're included in this condition or not. Second point, it relates to 2A, which is quite specific details about the barrier net, including the depth and a figure that we didn't discuss this morning. That we discussed a range of flow speeds this morning. That wasn't one of them. So I think there's still some work to do about that particular wording about the condition. And the third point, this mainly relates to the barrier net, I understand. I can't quite understand the justification of having Scottish canals in there. That's all, thanks.
Sorry, just the last point. Are you talking about part 1 where reference is made to Scottish canals?
Yes.
Yes, so just for clarity. Okay, just picking up on timescale, that's fine. The part 2A, we're talking about that top 10 metres of the loch will not exceed, and I think that was a figure that wasn't referred to this morning, if I remember correctly. It was 0.0, I've got to remember the 0 in front of it. There was 0.08, 89, and then a lower figure of 0.05. I remember the first number, but I can't remember the second one. So that was the kind of range. So I think this figure comes from the consultation response from Nature Scott, if memory serves me right, rather than sort of yourself. So it's maybe just helpful to explain why you've gone for that figure rather than the ones that seem to have come out of the work that was done by yourselves.
Yeah, as this was the requested condition of Nature Scott, that wording was mirrored across.
So it's just a copy across.
Yeah, that's correct.
Right, and are you content that figure, if I've got it right, which is I always get this wrong around, is a higher flow rate that's acceptable? Is that everybody's understanding? That at 0.0, 0.9, that's a higher rate than say the 0.08 or 0.05.
I could just add that the lower rate provides more protection for smolts.
Yeah, it's just making sure I understand the lower rate in terms of as soon as you go to 0.0 something, that always confuses me, so that's why I'm just double checking I've understood it.
So the applicant would be content with the lower rate. The reason that the figure that is there at the moment was included is because Nature Scott specified that that's the condition that they required. But the applicant would accept a lower rate being included.
Yeah, I think that makes more, I'm not saying whether I agree with this or not, but it makes more logical sense that the figures come out of your work that you've done. If it was Nature Scott had asked for a lower figure and you'd put a higher figure in, then there's maybe a bit of debate there. But I think obviously the greatest benefit is with the lower the rate you can get and achieve, then that seems to have the best sort of mitigating effect on it. But if you can give that some consideration, that would be helpful. Does anybody else have any other questions on that condition? Okay, looking at condition 46, that's the water level monitoring and mitigation plan. My question to the applicant is just to make sure that SEPA haven't raised any concerns with regards to this condition, and this is really on the basis of the crossover between car licensing and the sort of planning regime here, and I think it's partly come from Nature Scott, I think, from their requirements. So can you just sort of provide some clarification in terms of any discussions with SEPA?
SEPA haven't raised any concerns about having this condition within it, and it wouldn't limit their ability to impose their own level within the car licence.
That's helpful. Does anybody else have any questions on that particular condition? I noticed the council have still got an amber, which I'm assuming is a not quite agreed position on that.
Yes, thank you, sir. I suppose the difference here with the applicant relates to the mention, or rather a reference to monitoring activities of other pumped storage generation schemes on Loch Ness. We would suggest in that point that maybe the reference is inserted in some way as to where information is available to the activities of these schemes, and that would potentially be a bit of a meeting point between the two perspectives.
So just if I understand correctly then, the bits that have been deleted is where there's reference to the activity of the other pump storage schemes on Loch Ness, and how you, and I think it was a point that maybe the board made earlier about how do you coordinate that, and I think if it falls under the SEEP, that's why I was checking with this condition, that I've got to be sort of careful that I'm not putting in something that would cross over into SEPA's position and how they sort of license in terms of the water level monitoring, which falls under their guys. So okay, so that's the bit that you're looking for, something that allows a mechanism to do that. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I don't know whether applicants want to make any sort of response to that. We've kind of touched on that already today, but feel free to.
I just think it's to highlight that from a practical perspective, it's not possible for the applicants to directly monitor exactly what other operators are doing all the time. They won't have access to that data live. For example, the purpose of the condition is ultimately in limb C, and it's for the development to cease abstracting water at a certain point. The applicant considers that's fine, and it can secure that. It can secure its own ongoing monitoring and its own methodologies for predicting water levels based on that and when it will cease activity. But it was just to not overstate the position that it could actively monitor other schemes.
Okay, and I think it's always handy to look at the reason sort of for conditions, and this is from Nature Scott, and it's looking at the sort of the impeding of the migration in terms of water levels, and obviously the impacts on River Morris and SEC. So it's being taken forward in terms of Nature Scott's concerns rather than SEPA's concerns, which they will be able to address through their own car licence. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Does anybody else have a comment on that particular on the board?
Yeah, thank you. From recollection from the council, the planning council's discussions about this, there was a lot of discussion about the need for some sort of overarching management of water levels in Loch Ness. We're entering new territory here with potentially a number of pump storage hydro schemes, all of operate pumping rates pumping capabilities at different rates. So and the council made a good point there about where would this information where would it be available? We'd have to go through FOI. Well, we couldn't FOI these companies, you know. So we'd have to wait for annual return to SEPA or something. So where's the information going to be available? I think various people have stressed the need for an overarching water management, some sort of overarching management scheme for water levels in Loch Ness, and it's not here.
I suppose there's two parts to that. Obviously, it's the monitoring of the loch as a whole, and that's obviously the responsibility that would fall to SEPA normally in terms of monitoring sort of levels, and you wouldn't do that through a planning condition. Sort of normally would be my sort of take initially on that thought, and then it's the enforcement of that comes after that. I think is the question that and the concern that's being raised, and I don't think we're going to get to a solution to that through this process today. But I think what we've done is we've acknowledged it as an issue that can be flagged up in my report sort of to ministers. Does anybody else have anything else on that point?
I think just to say, sir, that yes, it's a pity SEPA isn't here, because my reading of their December submission to you is that if we don't get this right, well, I use the word generically, if we don't get this right, there's an increased flood risk, significant increased flood risk to Inverness, and I think that's why SEPA were looking for some overall management scheme. But I do agree, sir, it doesn't really lie for you to recommend a particular point. You just have to raise the issue.
I think that's clear. SEPA haven't requested any conditions with regards to that particular matter, so that's what I'm taking their position to be, because they've had the opportunity to do so, and particularly in terms of the flooding aspect. Although I think the flooding aspect has been raised by them, and that will have to be taken into consideration in due process. Okay, condition 47, that's, the applicant may wish to just explain why that's in blue and red, just for the benefit of everybody else. I think I understand it, but if you just want to clarify what your position with that is.
Yeah, of course. So the reason it was in blue was it was missed off the previous draft, so the blue highlighting was just to show that it had been added in at that point. The red colouring was that the applicant had considered it unnecessary to have a specific condition relating to a noise impact report for salmon. The applicant considers that those controls would already be secured through the Construction Environment Management Plan. And again, as I referred to earlier, the schedule of mitigation, which is document 1.101, sets out a range of mitigation measures for fish that would be secured within the eventual Construction Environment Management Plan, and that includes the limit that we discussed earlier in relation to species protection. The applicant didn't consider that needed a standalone report, with what appears to be some additional assessment work that's already been undertaken through the EIA and the Habitats Regulations assessment, and for that reason the applicant didn't consider the condition necessary.
Okay, thank you for that. Does anybody wish to make any comment on that, or clear on the applicant's position? Okay. My next condition is, or was going to be condition 51, but I think that's now been agreed between the council and the applicant. That's on compensatory planting.
Yes, sir, that is correct in relation to timescales. Thank
you for that. Now, the next condition is one that was mentioned earlier, I think by the Community Council. So, do you want to just raise your concerns with regards to this being proposed to be deleted?
Just as the Ness Salmon Fisheries Board have stated that water levels are now a concern, and that we're entering new territory with regard to the number of pump storage hydro schemes, but for Ericanfours and Strathnairn communities, the total number of major development schemes, we are concerned about lighting levels and that there is not enough protection in the current plan for existing lighting levels not being changed. That's specific to certain things, which is that there is a proposed small settlement to be on the site in order to construct the works. So there's an introduction of lighting at the site, but also if there is no traffic being taken off these roads, and we're back to construction traffic management plans, there will be traffic coming through the communities in the hours of darkness, and this will happen generally throughout the year and specifically also over the winter months. So we would like to see a greater protection for maintaining lighting levels. As two communities, we're in the process of registering for Dark Skies. That's through Dark Skies International, and that is seeking protection at community status. So it doesn't prevent works happening, but what we're asking is that there is lighting mitigation measures and that the communities are also consulted as part of this. If you don't want us to be named consultees, again, we can have a conduit via the Highland Council on this matter.
Okay, thank you for that. Just ask for the applicants to provide a response to that particular issue.
Yeah, the delete, just to start with the deletion of this condition in relation to lighting itself, The condition had originally required that prior to first commissioning of any development, the details of any external lighting or any external visible internal building lighting be submitted to and approved by the planning authority. The applicant has retained that requirement but has moved it into condition 10 in respect of finalised design. So that requires that.
Can we just pause and go up to condition 10 just to have a...
Oh yeah, always.
It's just that now we're down at 52, it's going to take me a bit of scrolling to get all the way back up again. Okay, now I'm now at condition 10, so let's take us to where within that.
Yeah, of course. So paragraph 1 sets out a list of design details that would need to be approved by the planning authority prior to the construction of them. The second last bullet point specifies all site boundary treatments and external lighting provisions, including externally visible internal building lighting. So the previous effect of condition 52 is still there, it's just in a different condition. It was felt more appropriate to include all of the design requirements in one condition, just from a practicality perspective.
Okay, so that's a condition that these details would have to be approved by the council in terms of, and breaking that down, that's on-site lighting we're referring to here.
Yeah, that's correct.
So that would be any lighting that's on a compound or associated with any of the sort of development, those levels. If there's external lighting for circulation around the compound, etc. Is there any proposals for lighting along any of the sort of access routes or routes to various points in the construction, or is it that's only daytime hours, and so that it's really the lighting is only at the compound itself? I know you might not have exact details, but just you're not intending on lighting the various construction routes within the site, I suppose is the first point I would just like to check.
There'll be no plans to light the construction traffic routes.
Okay, so it's primarily where you've got accommodation.
Accommodation, compounds, where health and safety would require lighting in hours of darkness.
Okay. I cut you off a bit there, Mr. Munro. Did you want to carry on with that?
I didn't have anything further to add on that point. I think Mr. Reid's clarified the construction lighting aspects.
So that's now, where it was originally proposed is now accommodating that condition. The Community Council want to come back?
So we're asking that if you're saying there's no site lighting, that it's written in that there's no site lighting, or if there is any site lighting, that it's covered rather than just specific building lighting. Yeah.
I think any sort of lighting on the site will be subject to approval by the council, is my reading of what the applicant's intending, and just ask the council if that's what their reading of it is as well.
Yes, that's our understanding of that.
Okay.
And we would just ask that that makes a reference to also recognition of protecting dark skies.
I think that's a different matter. I'll see what comes back from that. If the applicant's sort of happy with that, then that's straying into a slightly different question, but it's the same end result, I think. So I think if you're happy that the council will be controlling the level of lighting, then the responsibility is on. So you could feed back to them if there's an issue with that, I suppose what I'm saying, if the council are happy with that.
Sorry if I can make a point, sir. The reference to dark skies, though, is it sets a benchmark against which the lighting is evaluated, and if it's not referenced, then I don't see how the council can assess it against that benchmark.
I think my position is it's not been submitted in evidence or been considered to date. So rather than to achieve the same end, the council can obviously set the standard that it considers appropriate for that location. And I think the other thing is that it is a long time scale, but it's a temporary sort of lighting feature, so it will be removed at some point in the future as well. But dark skies hasn't been included in any evidence. I've not got any of that before me.
It is in our paper in Appendix B, and we've also conducted light surveys throughout the community, and we also have national lighting levels recorded, Bortle 3 and 4.
I sit corrected, and obviously I can refer back to that. I will leave the applicant to decide how they wish to word the condition, and then what the response to that is. Okay, thank you for that. That's very helpful. If you can just give me time to get all the way back to where it was. I think we're now on condition 53, so we're getting close to the end of the proposed conditions. Condition 53 is the question of socio-economic benefits, which is one that is raised, I think, in every sort of major issue there. I've got the applicant's position and the council's position, both of which I haven't read through, I understand. I don't know if there's anything else that you would wish to add today, or you're happy to rely on the evidence that's submitted before me. I'm assuming you've not come to an agreement on that particular matter, given it's still in red. I'll ask the council first.
We haven't come to agreement, sir, and I think you are familiar with the arguments, and they're summarised there. I do understand that in another case it has been, although agreed with an applicant, has been not included by a report, and that matter is now before the court, so that may come out at some point during your consideration, in which case we may bring it to your attention if that's of relevance, but nothing other to add.
Thank you for that. And the applicant?
Sorry, you've got submissions on that point. I don't have anything to add.
Okay, thank you for that. Does anybody else have anything to add into that part? I think that was just the board's comment on that I had. Conditions 55 through to 55, 56 and now 58, there were disputes between the council and the applicant in terms of timescales for 55 and 56, which now appear to be agreed. I'll look at the council just to confirm that they are now happy with the wording of 55 and 56 and the timescales.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you for that. And also agreement seems to have been reached in terms of condition 58 in relation to planning and monitoring officer. Is that also correct?
Yes, sir, that's also correct.
Thank you for that. And 58 was the last condition on the list of the conditions submitted. Before I kind of move away from those, is there anything that is in there that hasn't been raised or covered? Okay, so moving on to item 7, that was in relation to deleted condition. It might just be helpful because it's unusual to have so many deleted conditions, but I think I understand the reason for that. So would the applicant just want to maybe explain where the starting point for the listing conditions came from, and therefore perhaps then the reason for the deletions or the movement of some into other conditions?
Yes, so the starting list came from the planning officer's recommendation to committee and the conditions that were included within that. When those were considered alongside relevant precedents such as other Section 36 decisions and the Scottish Government's standard conditions for onshore wind, there's a number of conditions where aspects that were split out into individual conditions were actually already covered by another one as well. The construction environmental management plan being a good example of one plan that covers a range of different construction mitigations, and rather than have separate conditions that require to be discharged for each component of that, the applicant's rationale was to put it all within one control document that makes it easier for all parties to look to as what the controlling plans are. That was the reason that a number of these were consolidated into single conditions.
Okay, that's helpful. Did the council want to add anything to that, or was that their understanding as well?
Yes, sir, that was our understanding, so we have nothing further to add.
Okay, that's fine. So I'm happy with the conditions that have been deleted in the terms of where they've then been moved into other conditions for me to consider whether I'm then happy with them in those locations. Does anybody have any comments on any of those? Okay, item 8 is actually covered because with the updated list of conditions, condition 21 and 22 have been subsumed into the list, so we've already covered those already, and I've had my question about the aquatic ecology clerk of works covered as well. So that's all the conditions covered as is. So are there any other points that I need to sort of be aware of before we finish with the conditions section? Silence all around. So, okay, the council.
So it's not probably for now, because I think we're awaiting a potential response from the applicant to our submissions on the racial issue and your determination of that. But obviously, it may be that you need to consider a condition in relation to that to ensure development doesn't start without the appropriate environmental assessment of whatever the whole project is and the security of a grid connection. So we've flagged that in our submission, but it's probably a matter for closing submissions rather than for today.
I would suggest that that would be a matter for closing submissions, but I'll listen to what Mr Findlay has to say on the matter.
Yes, that's clearly a matter we will cover in closing submissions, but just say that no one's under any illusions. We say there's no justification whatsoever for a multi-stage condition.
Okay, I'm sure that can be covered in the appropriate manner at the appropriate time. So in terms of the condition, what would be helpful for myself is we've discussed issues and we've got agreement between parties on the wording of some conditions and some areas where there's been amended wording suggested, proposed. So what I would suggest to try and narrow things down to assist me in my conclusions is if the applicants were to revise the draft list on the basis of their understanding of today's progress. That was then circulated to other parties for their comments. Those comments could be added into the list. The applicant can indicate whether they agree or not with that, and then have that as the final submission on the conditions, and that would allow all these matters to be at least either narrowed down, but at least taken into account where there's still disputes remain, so I'm clear on what that position is. Councillor.
That's fine, sir. One very minor point, and it might be being overly cautious. It's slightly odd in the definitions section of the draft conditions that the definition of development is incomplete. I just wondered what the intention was to go in there, because it says means the development authorised by this section 36 consent and deemed planning permission as described in blank. Is that just going to be a reference to somewhere else, or is that a potential ratio? What is the development, or are there permitted development rights beyond those that are deemed through the application? I'd just be useful to fill in those square brackets.
I can see your eagle eye spotted a couple of square brackets there at the end of that. If you wish to sort of make that comment back, but now that the applicants are aware of it, they can perhaps update that as part of the update, or explain why it's been left as blank.
So the usual practice would be for the section 36 consent to include reference to the description of development that's ordinarily set out in Appendix 1 of the consent decision letter. Clearly we don't have a decision letter, so the square brackets was there for that to be inserted. We can add that in, anticipating that would be the usual practice.
Okay, that's fine, but thank you for spotting that. So if parties are happy with that timescale, I'll just confirm that agreement in writing. So that should be issued tomorrow, just with the set timescale, so that everybody is clear what timescales we're working to. And we've got a slightly bit more time because, as I say, we're still pursuing the final submissions on the ratio sort of decision. So that then takes me to my closing remarks and looking at what's required next. So as is our sort of practice now, we'd be looking for summaries of case, and just for those that are less familiar with that process, it's really just in the report. I would append the summaries of case so that Scottish ministers have got the summary of case that you've prepared for your position. So it's not me transcribing it, it's you that's actually set it out. So this is normally from the main parties, but it can be by other parties if they so desire. So I'd be looking for summaries of case on the 3 hearing subjects that we've had in terms of terrestrial ecology, transport, water and aquatic, but also on the landscape and visual, just so that I've got those. Those will then form part of the report to ministers. They can be as brief as you would, but there's also a word limit on it, so make sure that they're not a complete repeat of what you've already submitted to me, because they are a summary sort of the case. So I will issue the templates for those. In terms of closing submissions, I'm conscious that wrong mouse. Knew there was something going wrong with me there. In terms of closing submissions, clearly I've requested further written submissions from the applicant in relation to the racial court decision, with a deadline of the 24th of April. Beyond that, at the moment, I'm not seeing that I will be seeking any further procedures, but I will obviously have to wait till that comes in. But on that basis, what I would suggest that in terms of closing submissions, I would intend to wait for that to have been submitted, so you've got that information before you. So I'd be looking at the period for closing submissions commencing from Monday the 27th of April. So that would be for parties closing submissions in by the 11th of May 2026, and a further 2 weeks for the applicant to make their closing submissions, which would be on the 25th of May 2026. So that gives the standard 2 weeks, 4 weeks for parties, but it allows the completion of that further written submissions for the ratio court decision to be available to you for those closing submissions. You don't have to make closing submissions, but I'd be expecting them from the main parties. I'd leave it to the other parties to decide whether they wish to do that. And the closing submission is really just pulling together your case and your argument on the basis of everything that's happened, submitted, but also what's been discussed over these past sort of 2 days. So are people happy enough with that timescale as I've set out? In terms of the closed planning conditions, I'd be looking for them basically maybe starting for having them in within sort of 2 weeks. So that would pull it in advance of that as well. I don't think the conditions particularly require a huge impact on the closing submissions. I'll stand corrected if that's the case, but hopefully they will be in our available prior to that date.
So just to confirm, some of your colleagues take a different approach. The closing submissions will relate to the whole case rather than just to oral evidence presented here?
My normal is that it would be your case as you've submitted it, including the oral evidence. If anybody has an issue with that, then they can raise that at the moment, but I wouldn't really want to close on part of it. My logic would be it's your chance to set out the whole sort of case, being able to take into account what we've discussed today. Can I just check, just for my own benefit, I'll just check around the parties with the applicant.
Happy with the whole case, and I was going to suggest that we will attempt to try and get the conditions on the same date as the racial submission, so the 24th of April. so there's some coincidence and timescales.
Just to be clear, that's including consulting with the other individuals, or is that just the revised list?
We'll do our best to consult, but if you give us
that's why I don't want to set you that particular
I'm
date.
just letting parties know that we would hope to, and if they can be in a position to try and assist us, we'll hope to provide a final input on conditions by the 24th of April, if we can.
Okay, and that's the updated list of that. Okay. The council, any further views? No. The board? Stratherick and Foyers Community Council? No. And Strathnairn Community Council? If you have any questions or queries about process or procedure of what is a case summary, look at what's closed submission, then contact the case officer and we can advise you on the details and what these would require you to do, or whether you just want to ask any questions, then please make sure that you've got that information and you can make an informed decision on that matter. Now I think I've covered everything. I'll look around in case somebody's going to tell me I've missed something out. But that concludes our oral sessions. So I would just like to thank everybody for their participation this afternoon. It's been very helpful to get through that amount of information in the time we have done. It's been very helpful to me, and I'm content I've covered everything that I need today. So some of us will meet again, and the first session will be tomorrow